Alito, beautiful spirits. Grandest to you guys.
Tree-lined street. I'd like to have a summer home on the lake. I'd like to have a yacht and belong to a North Shore Yacht Club. I like to wear from brothers, all Americans, and I am an American. We think this way. There's no other way to think. I can't think African. I can't think Irish. I can't think Norwegian. I have to think in the society in which I live, which is a white society. So their values are imposed on me, and I think this kind of way. I don't think of myself as being a Negro. Never until have I really been concerned that I am a Negro. I thought all the while that I was an American.
Very interesting commentary on this in Life magazine several years ago when they had the sit-ins on Route 40 to try to stamp out discrimination. And they had asked a lady there who ran just a hash joint almost, why she discriminated against all of these black people when some of them were diplomats from African nations. And her comment was simply that they all looked like just plain run-of-the-mill niggas to her.
Look at the beautiful debutantes.
Introducing Marcia King.
This is Robert Jones, age 38, native-born American. He holds down an important job, owns a yacht that sleeps 8, and vacations each summer on fashionable Martha's Vineyard. He, his wife Marlene, and their 2 children live on a tree-lined suburban street just across the Hudson River from New York City. Bobby Jones, as his friends call him, is a graduate of New York University with a law degree from New York Law School. He and his family are among some 5 million members of a unique and little-known group in the United States, the Negro Middle Class.
Classes at a debutante school in Chicago when I was
Bobby
young.
Jones and his counterparts are to be found in every state of the Union. 1 out of every 4 Negro families can be said to be middle class today, which is better than twice the figure of only 10 years ago. So still on the lower middle income run in the $7,000 to $15,000 a year category. Bobby Jones do much not to say, however. According to the United States Department of Labor Statistics, Negro median income is still little better than half that of whites, and white income is increasing at a faster rate. Moreover, 1/10 of all white families now have incomes in excess of $15,000 a year. Only 1 in 40 Negro families does as well. But there are increasing numbers of Negroes whose incomes are rising as their qualifications multiply and racial barriers to their advancement slowly lessen.
What I'd like to do is to get a complete and thorough review of this to make sure that we have everything in there. And at the same time,
Bobby Jones, whose father was a post office worker in Boston, supervises a staff of 50, mostly whites.
in the model cities staffing and budget items, we have included rehabilitation specialists. We have.
But does income alone determine what is understood by the term middle class?
Called American sense, which implies a style of life.
Dr. St. Clair Drake, sociologist from Roosevelt University in Chicago.
I tended to conceptualize class that way myself. One of the ways I like to think about it is this. Some years ago, when Horace Caton and I were working on Black Metropolis, we were suddenly struck by the fact that you could find 2 Negroes who worked in the stockyards as what we used to like to call cattle eviscerators, taking out the insides of the cattle as they came along on the assembly line. And let us assume that both of them were making about $400 a month. One comes home and on the way home stops by the local tavern, imbibes a good bit of alcohol. By the time he gets home, he's in a very bad mood. He knocks on the door and it isn't opened quickly. He yells up at his wife and she sticks her head out the window and curses him. And then everybody up and down the street begins to throw up the windows and look. She comes down and he beats her, and they finally get on in the house, and they both start taking their drinks, and the fight goes on. Now the other man takes his 400 and he passes the bar, turning his head the other way. And when he arrives at home, his wife also doesn't open the door quickly enough. But he waits until he gets inside, and then the fight starts inside. And when he gets ready to beat her, he pulls down the shades to make sure that the neighbors don't see. And then that part of it over, they sit down at the kitchen table and decide how much of the money they're going to put aside for the educational fund for the kids, and how much they're going to put in church next Sunday. And this is the end of the day. We call the second a middle class way of life, and the first a lower class way of life. The point I was trying to make was they both might have the same amount of money, but the way in which they behave, the aspirations they have for themselves and their children differ. And therefore, money alone, as we would see it, doesn't make one middle class. Now, if you want to look at American society in 3 levels, say an upper, middle, and a lower class, you might peg it this way. An upper class puts the emphasis on refinement, the middle class on respectability, and the lower class on survival.
Middle-class lifestyle, however, would be rather difficult to arrive at and to maintain were it not for some economic basis that is more than minimal.
I've never really thought myself as middle class. I said I'm not trying to be facetious, but there are the differences, and I don't think that that I can overlook these or gloss over these by saying they don't exist. Well, the fact that I have a job to go to every day, a responsibility to discharge with respect to that job, I think is a basic difference, because there are people that are demonstrating for rights that have not a job, and for them this is most crucial, because they can't feed their families, and I can feed mine. They can't draw a paycheck down, and I can, and this gives a certain pride and respect to the individual that I don't think they can have.
What happens if a middle-class Negro loses his job?
Economically, he's no longer in class. He's on it, and that's an interesting fact. This Negro middle class that we're talking about is a very, very precarious thing. Someone who came out of teaching, who can get a job perhaps with the Job Corps or with some other teaching-oriented kind of occupation, can go from $7,000 a year 1 year to $15,000 or $18,000 a year with some of the anti-poverty programs the next year. Of course, if he lives up to this $15,000 or $18,000 a year and his project is not refunded, he's no longer middle class.
Still, for those who customarily think of nearly all Negroes as being near the poverty level, the present picture in jobs, business, housing, and social activity within the Negro middle class is a striking one. Rich Clark, owner-manager of a New York personnel consultants firm, says he's in the business of creating instant middle-class Negroes by finding them white-collar jobs.
It's called a Job Opportunity Center, and we've brought together 750 Negro college graduates, 1/3 of whom are June 1967 graduates, and the other 2/3 experienced people who were disillusioned with the level of jobs that they hold. He is here representing in my element. I think it's an interesting paradox that at the time that people are concerned about race rioting and looting and burning and things of this kind, that over 750 to 1,000 Negroes are marching into this place quietly, not protesting, not rioting, not burning, not looting, but looking for an economic chance in the mainstream American life. In a manner of speaking, we're involved in a sort of a mass token acceptance kind of a thing.
Equality of job opportunity cannot be taken for granted, however, nor can promotions. Current median income for Negro college graduates is just under $6,000. The white graduate earns over $9,000. But what of Negro-owned and operated businesses? Are they, as some observers charge, threatened with decline?
I know there are some people who have said that there are less or fewer Negro businesses today than there were 20 years ago. I think if we think in terms of large numbers of people in business, perhaps this may be true. But I think Negroes are engaged in bigger businesses. They are doing larger volumes of business. I think they are in more diversified businesses. I think all you have to do is read Ebony magazine and see all the kinds of businesses that Negroes are in.
Governor Kerner, I'd like to know if you're attending.
Yes, I will be there. I remembered that I was supposed to go, so I will be there. Yeah. Okay, you can call them and tell them that I'll be there. Dear Jeff, this is just a little note to tell you how sorry we are that you will be leaving the Home Office to take up your duties as Vice President.
The Johnson Publishing Company of Chicago is one of the country's most successful Negro business firms, with gross advertising revenues running into the millions. Its 250 employees, including a few whites, engage in a coast-to-coast operation.
I also want to say that he plays an excellent game of poker, and I just told Louis Robinson, who called me, that Jeff would be out there and to get the boys ready for it.
Negro business in general, however, remains in the small business category. Discrimination by lenders, suppliers, and insurance companies often makes their success a precarious one. especially now that many larger white firms have recently discovered the $32 billion Negro market under their very noses. Aspirations among Negroes are often centered on better housing, to an extent which frequently outrivals those of their white counterparts. Atlanta, Georgia's flourishing Negro middle class is widely noted for its extensive and high new development, such as this one in the prestigious Collier Heights section, built and fostered by Smith. In the past, white banks traditionally turned down Negro loan applications. Eventually, black institutions pooled their resources and moved into the vacuum. Today, Atlanta white firms are belatedly trying to outbid black banks and black contractors for a share of one of the fastest growing markets in town. But whether they seek private houses or high-rise apartments, such as in these Chicago cooperatives, most Negro home seekers still find themselves barred from all largely segregated areas. Even those who could afford better are often trapped in substandard, overcrowded units, while such better housing as does become available is swamped with frustrated applicants who also seek quality education for their children. No matter where they live or with whom they work, when it comes to social activities, most Negro Americans, frozen out of the white mainstream, constitute a veritable society within a society, largely paralleling but separate from the various levels of structure found among whites. This Waldorf Astoria debutante cotillion, given semi-annually by the New York chapter of a leading Negro women's club called the Girlfriends, is virtually identical to those held here by white groups, save for color.
The white cotillions, they have their junior leagues. Of course, you know there is no colored junior league. Well, the Girlfriends is a very friendly group of girls. They do charitable work, civic work, and it's a social group. I have a lot of white friends, and I think the ones that I have, they like me as me, and they like to work along with me. But I don't think that they want to particularly invite me to their homes, to their parties, which is perfectly all right with me. And you wouldn't want to go. Oh. I mean, their friends and I probably wouldn't have anything in common. And we probably would. We don't know that. Wow. We meet together on certain bases. I don't expect to be invited to their parties. And I'm sure they wouldn't enjoy coming to mine.
In recent years, however, there has been some increase in integrated social affairs, such as at the annual Evening of Elegance held last summer at Mrs. Sidney Poitier's Westchester estate. Invited guests paid $60 per couple for an elaborate evening of cocktails, dining, and dancing.
I think that many people in the country who are white, they come in contact with Negroes through advisory boards and benefit committees, and this in itself brings about a certain amount of communication. People can sit down over a cocktail and talk about the world's problems. This in itself is a form of dovetailing into society, into the mainstream. These are the people who are called upon to contribute to every cause, to every organization, to every social agency. $100 a ticket for this, $200 for that, for a couple to go somewhere for the benefit of someone else. The entire involvement of these groups involves participation and giving of themselves, of their money, of their time to those less fortunate than they. In this respect, yes, there is a Negro society.
Man, when I take my family on a vacation, we want to relax. We don't want any problems with prejudiced white folks. So we go where we know we won't be bothered.
That may be down home to visit the family, up to Canada or Cape Cod, or even abroad to Europe or Africa. One popular vacation spot among Negroes is the resort town of Oak Bluff, Massachusetts, situated on Martha's Vineyard, an island just off Cape Cod. For fun and relaxation, thousands journey here each summer from all over the country, forming a sizable Negro colony which gets along with, but keeps somewhat aloof from, local and vacationing whites. Doctors, teachers, and other professionals are prominent, and many have bought and maintained summer homes for their wives and children.
Okay, guys, there.
Weekend parties at places such as Sag Harbor on New York's Long Island are a specialty of Eastern club and fraternal groups. Still barred from membership at most country clubs and disgusted by food at resort hotels in the Catskills, Miami Beach, and other holiday spots, some club members fly in such private parties for other cities to claim their place in the sun. Not all Negroes are pleased with the Negro middle class, however.
In my mind, there is no black middle class. It's impossible for it to exist in this country. We have those who aspire to be middle class. And to that group, I would say that they have been almost totally, 99% negligent in their response to the struggles of the masses of black people in this country, and that they have, in many instances, in fact, hindered that struggle by moderating the genuine and legitimate radicalism of the masses.
White-collar Negroes today sometimes find themselves under attack from within their own ranks. Last summer's Evening of Elegance was harshly criticized in some quarters, particularly since it took place only 2 nights after the Newark riots. Observers sensed an uneasiness on the part of some guests. Vassal Thomas, organizer of the affair, gives his own assessment.
This is completely socialism. It's not a part of any civil rights organization. We don't propose to. We don't have speeches politically, civil rights, or any other type of controversies.
And yet, in your way, you do make a contribution in that.
Completely in sympathy with it, but I certainly would not like it to disrupt the beauty of the Evening of Elegance. We have so many charming and responsible ladies and gentlemen here tonight, and I thought certainly that I could not expect the public to come to an affair and pay unless it were done for one or another worthy cause. And I might say that I'm delighted that the Urban League of Greater New York has permitted me to use their fabulous name. We choose a certain organization or a certain charity each year, and after it has been chosen, we work like the Dickens to try to bring in some sort of support. But the evening itself is so lavishly done, there's so much money put into the promotion of the Evening of Elegance that there isn't too much going to the particular charity that has been chosen.
Though other ethnic groups also have their class structures, sensitive Negroes find themselves caught in an awkward dilemma between desires to exercise usual middle-class behavior on the one hand and ever-present reminders of their less fortunate brothers on the other. The soul-searching goes on.
I guess it's clear to see now that the Negro who is truly struggling looks askance at us. They are the upper middle class. They don't understand them. We don't need them. They're of a dying era. The Roy Wilkins and the Whitney Youngs and the Philip Randolph, possibly. We don't understand, and they don't understand it. I don't know where it's going to lead to. For instance, myself, I'm born and reared in New York, always having been in a kind of a middle-class structure. never suffered too terribly. Went to integrated schools, got an education in the New York school system, a college education. At 17, I dated white girls. There was some displeasure at it, but I did it, and I had no guilt about it. For some reason, I never associated with the welfare recipient, the unemployed person. And now I realize that these are my people, that I should be able to do something for them or with them. But yet I haven't. So that, I think, is where the guilt comes in. I have empathy for my people, but yet in my middle class value, I still kind of think of them as those people. And I'm aware of it. And I think a lot of people in my particular class, if you will, is aware of it, but we're reluctant. We are just imbued with this white middle class value where we think white. So I take the position that these people have been denied, and I continue to say these people. Notice that. I continue to say these, and like I'm not one of them, when in fact I am one of them. I take the position now that I should help. I should do what I can. I have begun to protest. I will now picket. I will now speak out with my white counterpart about the injustices that have occurred to my people, when before, say, 15 years ago, I kind of behaved like it didn't exist. But now when I read, when it's brought to the front about housing and about job discrimination, I realize now that this did exist when I was younger, but I was just oblivious to it. I didn't think as a Negro, but now I'm thinking as a Negro. And I think more people in my group aren't thinking as Negro.
Argue Act at this time is not supposed to have any program.
While the gap still exists, there are those from both groups who realize the necessity of bridging it, such as at this candid committee meeting of HARU, Harlem's Anti-Poverty Agency.
Agree wholeheartedly with the spirit of what Brother Kirby has said. I must point out this for you, though, to us. Let's not make the mistake of confusing HARU staff availability with what CDA should provide. Now, the reason we pushed, and I want that to really be pushed, we'll be in Albany tomorrow, so somebody will have to push it here, maybe you, Madam Chairman, CDA to give us the money so you can staff your program so that you'll have staff you can depend on.
Publicist Ophir Dukes, who works in the Vice President's office, volunteers his spare time to work with underprivileged youths in the Washington ghettos.
So we'll try to work out some arrangements to make things very convenient for you. If we can get a few Cadillacs, that would be great.
Well, you know, I don't like no planes and no trains either. I don't like no trains. You know, I was on a train one time and just riding along, you know, and all of a sudden there's a big boom, you know,
what
man,
happened?
A plane fell on it, Jim.
I think the one thing that the Negro lacks in terms of his ability to move from one group to another has been his separation from the total middle class, his exclusion from contacts with people who are doing things that he could be inspired to do. I think I can speak with a little authority since I started from the lowest possible class. I was born in Arkansas, and my family came to Chicago in the midst of the Depression in 1933. Our money soon ran out, and we were on the relief rolls. I think that the thing that was most helpful to me in being motivated to move out of one class into another was contact with people in a different class. Fortunately, I worked at an insurance company which had 6 men, Negro men, who were all graduates of leading colleges like Yale, Harvard, and Northwestern, and the University of Chicago. These men had succeeded in business. They were black men like myself. And so I was able to see from day to day that it was possible to move from one class to another. I don't think we ought to be content just to be in the middle class. I think just as there are whites in the upper class, I think we've got to have Negroes in the upper class.
But the overriding problem faced by Negroes, particularly middle-class Negroes, has been the thwarting by the larger white society of Negro pursuit of the vaunted American dream.
Present to you the President of the United States.
In 1964, Lyndon Johnson stated a new governmental policy.
It is our task to carry forward nothing less than the full assimilation of more than 20 million Negroes into American life. This is not to be an assimilation of bland conformity. Our object is not to make all people alike. It is, as it has always been, to allow ready access to every blessing of liberty while permitting each to keep his sense of identity with a culture and a tradition.
Despite the fact that he promised no more than that which white Americans would take for granted, this still represented the most far-reaching promise to Negroes ever made by any American president. This climaxed the time, beginning with the March on Washington, led by Dr. Martin Luther King and other civil rights leaders, when the mood among most was one of hope, of rising expectations, of a vision of a new and more just relationship between white and black. But a new term was added to the American lexicon: white backlash.
I've read newspaper articles of people, second-generation immigrants, saying, well, my father came here and he didn't have any civil rights bill to help him. But that his father wasn't black. The sociologists have this term high visibility to refer to the fact that you can always see the Negro. He wears his badge of color. European could come speaking a European language. Once he learned English, things were different. He could change his name and take an Anglo-Saxon type name and lose himself in the vast middle class of this country. No matter what the Negro attained in terms of his money or his education, he could not slough off color, and insofar as color was a focal point for prejudice, he was at a competitive disadvantage. And yet one of the great ironies of life in the United States is that white middle-class neighborhoods, without even waiting to see what types of neighbors they are dealing with, have had the tendency to meet the incoming Negro with first, in the old days, with restricted covenants when they were declared unenforceable in the courts, with arson and bombs, and today with the same wall of lack of acceptance. And very often, and this has been proved in those neighborhoods where you've had block organizations or groups that have welcomed the new Negro neighbor, very often the new Negro neighbor is more solid and middle class than the white neighbors who try to keep him out. Families who themselves have only become middle class in the last generation, very often immigrant families who cannot even speak a variety of English as impeccable as the English which the new Negro neighbor has, have reacted with violence and with fury in order to try to prevent Negro neighbors from coming in. And this perhaps is one of the greatest tragedies of the Negro middle class, that its aspirations are blocked with respect to living in those kinds of neighborhoods where one can live a middle-class style of life most effectively. The most extreme form of this, of course, is in the suburban areas. And if any of the problems of the inner city solve all of the problem of the Negro middle class, the suburban ring around our cities is going to have to drastically alter its attitude toward the people who are like them in every respect other than the color of their skins.
I was quite shocked at many places. I wanted to see just exactly how the ordinary Negro might be treated in these villages. Oh, I remember at one time I parked at...
Millionaire Chicago scientist Dr. Percy Julian, co-chairman of a committee of Negro businessmen pledged to raise $1 million a year for civil rights goals, tells of a personal experience.
Just gently bumped the back of an automobile of a fellow who was standing there in parking. I bumped his car slightly, and then I jumped out and I said, "Oh, pardon me very much. I wanted to see how he would accept an apology." Well, he called me a 3-letter name and with black in front of it. And I asked him, please not to do that. It wasn't necessary. But then he jumped up and ran into a store. "I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police." The police came and asked him. He said he wanted to institute a claim for damage. I had damaged his car, and the police tried to see where the damage was. There was no damage. And yet he was just furious. He was... I began to wonder, well, just how deep is the hatred of a person of this sort? I went over that over and over that experience many times as I went through these suburbs, and I would ask children how many of them had a Negro friend. They would look at me as though they were astonished, and hardly a child I could find who said he had a Negro friend in any of these places. One might say, "Oh, I know one," and the innocent children. And I realized that really the great impact of the ghetto, the great impact of the philosophy of the actual existence of the untouchable in America, which the Negro represents, that the white child does not know him, and the white child grows up in these insulated villages to come in contact with him later on and to pass judgment on him, to represent him in Congress, to represent him to try him on a jury, to send him to the army as a member of a draft board, and they never know him, and they don't know what. All they know is hearsay about him, rumors about him. And this has not been overcome by the large number, even those people of goodwill who teach their children the proper things. But there are so many who don't bother to teach the children. And I'm not sure that we can rest comfortably and think that the majority of white Americans have taught it. Unfortunately, I wish I could keep this dream, but I'm afraid that these experiences to which you refer made me doubt that I could have any such dream as that.
Come on.
fallacy, for people to say that if a Negro is prepared, if he prepares himself, well, then the opportunities are there. I think the press plays up the appointment of an extremely outstanding Negro to a high-level kind of position. He's probably an extremely capable person who should have been appointed to that position, much sooner than he was. But and this creates the impression that things are better, and they're not. Things are getting worse. And this includes all Negroes, those with degrees, those without. As we work in the Urban League, one of our major efforts is to establish communication between the races and assess the communication that takes place. And this is pretty much our business. And we have noticed particularly, well, I think it comes from Congress. Congress has adopted a hard line, and there's no reason to believe that they're going to change in any way as a result of the hard line that's being adopted assumed by America's Negroes, younger Negroes particularly. I think in terms of my own son, who's 17 years old, high school senior, about ready to graduate, and as we discuss philosophies, he says, in effect, that you can have that urban league approach, that I'm ready to be a man in America now, that I want full equality with no holds barred. And if I can't have it, no one can have it. And he's an intelligent boy, and in my opinion, a pretty decent boy, a nice boy. But this is his attitude. And this is the attitude of his friends.
Oh, come on, you. Come on. Come on, man. Get off me, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all, man? Come on, man. Get off me.
Last summer, the entire nation was made aware of the violence that erupted in Newark, New Jersey. I happened to be attending a National Urban League conference in New York, and my family still lives in Newark. And so I decided to visit them on the way back to Washington. And I visited with my stepfather for about a half hour or so, and we decided to visit with a sister of mine. So as we were going from my stepfather's apartment over to a brother's house to get in his car and go visit a sister who lived in another part of Newark, as we were about to get into the car, about 3 carloads of Newark police came around the corner without warning. And to my knowledge, without any provocation from us, opened fire on us and a group of about 40 or 50 people who were standing on the stoop of this apartment building where my brother lived. And my stepfather was mortally wounded, and I had another brother who was wounded twice, who required an operation and extensive hospital care. And we were under fire, I would say, for approximately 10 minutes by the Newark police. They said they were looking for a sniper on the roof or the upper floors of the apartment building, but they were still firing at ground level. And once I had an opportunity to collect my senses and really evaluate and think this thing through. It came through to me in stark reality that regardless of how far up the economic ladder any Negro goes, that there's still this oppressive thing of prejudice that he's subjected to on the part of the white man here in America. And I realized that I was extremely fortunate not to be killed myself. And that even though I possessed 2 degrees, even though I had played football for Syracuse, even though I was an elementary school principal who
had educated white children, even though I work with white people in the Washington Urban League, even though there are white people that I consider close friends, that as the boys say, when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, right down to where it really matters, you're still a Negro, and you're still identified with every other Negro, be he in a ghetto or in a suburban neighborhood. You're still a brother. And I think we just have to recognize this.
Right there. A failure of communication has often been cited as an important factor in racial difficulties. But some Negro observers say the failure is actually one way. Many whites simply refuse to listen to what they do not wish to hear.
And if I read history right, all the talk about chattel slavery and whatnot led up to a climax. And that was when John Brown, of sainted memory, struck the blow at Harper's Ferry in a head-on confrontation with the seat of power. And Frederick Douglass said, no more food. The question had to be settled and fought out, and it was. And 250,000 brave black Afro-Americans fought in the Civil War and brought victory to the Union arms and saved this nation from dismemberment and fought for their liberation. This kind of thing will have to be done again, so long as the Johnsons and the rest of them fool around, play around, monkey around. However much we may disagree with some impulsive statements of the Rap Browns, we are not going to render them up as sacrificial lambs to these racist oppressors. And the masses of the Afro-American people are going to stand behind them.
But you can't advocate of violence with Rap Brown and all, go burn down a whole state and move on to burn down another state.
I am not advocating violence, but I am not condemning Rap Brown. Rap Brown has guts. I'm not condemning it. I'm not condemning it.
That's providing the funds for the pocket.
I would sooner cut my arm off my body than condemn a militant Afro-American who, however misguided, is challenging the oppressor.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Challenge them. You challenge them the best way you can.
Serious debate concerning tactics, goals, and strategy is commonplace at middle-class Negro gatherings today. While outright violence is generally deplored, there is nevertheless widespread empathy with ghetto rioters as having expressed more openly the same pent-up frustrations and resentments they themselves share.
It isn't just a question of jobs, although jobs are important, and say people have to work and earn. But the masses of the Afro-American people fed up with the situation of prejudice and oppression. They look at themselves and they look at these European American communities with their with all the things that they enjoy, with all their luxuries, whatnot, and beyond all this, they resent this European American looking down their noses at them. It's a revolt for manhood status. They feel that they can't go on this way anymore. Yes, and they're going to do something about it.
As a pacifist, I deplore violence in any form. I make no hesitancy about the fact that I feel that all violence is inimical.
Dr. Nathan Wright, Episcopal clergyman and organizer of the Newark Black Power Conference, articulates a growing trend among black intellectuals.
But as a historian and as a pragmatist also, I recognize that there's no group of people who have been oppressed who have won their freedom unless they have either believed in actual violence of some kind or have utilized effectively the threat of violence. I would read into the presence of so many middle-class oriented, there aren't any middle-class black people, but middle-class oriented black people at the Black Power Conference as a sign that middle-class black people want to render to this nation and to our world the most basic service that can be rendered at this particularly urgent and perilous hour, and that is of understanding and relating to the desperate needs of the most desperate in our society. And all our black people are militant. All of our black people realize that they are oppressed. And it's simply the press, the public press, that has chosen to identify the philosophy which says that black people should have a sense of being and a sense of control of their own destiny as being an esoteric movement associated with a certain type of so-called radical few. And all black people are radical. Everyone who loves this country is a radical. I think that these people who denounce the materialist values in our culture serve a fundamentally creative purpose. The greatest evil that happened in our city streets this past year was not the destruction of property by people who were driven crazy. And when people are driven crazy, they do crazy things. And in our system of justice, if a person is temporarily insane, he's adjudged, he's not rendered not incapable of judgment. And so riots, which are a form of social psychosis, certainly are amoral. They're beyond the realm of moral judgment. But the worst thing that happened was the resort to public massacres as an antidote to the destruction of physical property. Now, no civilized mind could ever equate the value of one human life with 2 stolen bottles of whiskey, a stolen television set, or the destruction of $500 billion worth of property. Now, I've had some religious leaders who have said that we must have order, and I tell them that I may not be an expert on Christianity, but it may be Christianly to kill in a savage way, but it is certainly not civilized for people to equate property values with human life. It is this kind of thing that I think that our black people must repeatedly remind our nation until our barbaric nation realizes the error of its ways.
Traditional religious concepts are also under growing scrutiny by black theologians.
We liberals cannot get very excited over what Stokely called at one time the death of 400 or 500 babies in the city of Birmingham over the year, mainly black babies, for lack of decent medicine and care. But you and I do get terribly excited over in that same city when someone puts a bomb in the church and blows up 2, 3, 4 little children.
For so long, the Negro in America has had a consciousness of white Christ.
Today, as there's a rise in the consciousness of black identity, there are many who are saying that we need a black Christ. And these are black Christians who are saying this because they see that a white Christ is irrelevant to the hopes and aspirations of black people. And so, of course, if we want to speak classically, I would say Christ and the true divinity of Christ knows no color. But in our racist society, he has to take one concrete form to be relevant for either the whites or the blacks in this culture.
Yes, I was at that Black Power Conference, as were a number of other black Episcopal priests. And we were not disturbed by this. We expected this, that there would be a rejection of Christianity, white man's religion, as indeed it is. And it seems to me if we ever are going to solve this question, we're going to have to admit that fact. But we're going to also have to extricate Jesus from this thing, because I don't think he's in that bag at all. It may mean then that Christianity will take a different direction than the white nationalist direction, which unfortunately it has taken. It seems to me that my most understanding assessment of situations is always the situation where I'm standing full black nationalist. I'm almost afraid of this business, because the danger is that it will usurp my basic faith, which is Christian. It has that kind of excitement and vitality and contagion about it. I really do believe that black nationalism serves a creative purpose in a projected multiracial world, because it seems to me it serves the purpose of confronting white people with what they really are. I don't think they've ever really seen themselves as they are until they see themselves reflected in the mirror of black nationalism. They are frightened by it because they are frightened by themselves. And if this will, as I believe it will, serve the purpose of moving them toward becoming more human, and in other words, if it will move them toward creating an image of themselves they like better, then we have no need for black nationalism and can ourselves make ourselves over in ways that we like better and which I think would be more human all around. But right now, I think we need the confrontation, and we need all the pressure we can get, and we need to keep that pressure on so that hopefully, and here's where I think I'm optimistic and Christian, hopefully human nature can be reshaped into more viable forms and more viable shapes.
You know, we've been watching, I feel, the if you want to call them the Negro in the street go through his type of revolution, which is the affirmative, the aggressive, the active revolution. But I think the middle class Negro has developed to the point where he now is going through what I would consider a mental revolution. He will not participate actively in the streets in terms of the going out and the riots and what have you, but I think these have caused him to do some serious rethinking mentally about the entire process of what's happening, what needs to be done with the Negro in this country, and what role the middle class Negro is really going to play. And this kind of situation has caused an internal revolution, the mental revolution of the middle class Negro, which I think is, frankly, it's about time it's happened. It's too important.
A mental revolution. What are its roots? For the first 250 years in America, Negroes were concerned with freeing themselves from physical bonds, though the horrors of American chattel slavery left their scars upon not only the backs, but all minds of its victims. During slavery, distinctions under the oath and others, all the offspring of the slave owner himself, who were favored with servant jobs up at the big house. These house Negroes, as they were called, were sometimes more mentally chained than the field Negroes they were elevated above. from the house Negroes on the plantations and the small artisan and servant group which established itself in the cities, the Negro middle class developed.
Once you have freedom coming in 1865, what you had then is an eruption into the cities of the peasant farming group coming out of the cotton fields, which builds down beneath the emerging middle class, a very large stratum of less sophisticated people with less money and less education. And you now have a which really, in many cities, to so outnumber the middle class that it begins to have prejudices itself against these groups of people who act very differently and have different values. Then I think you begin to get something else happening, which has happened with all immigrants who have come to this country, that out of that uneducated, impecunious mass, people begin to get ahead by acquiring some money and education, and their children do also. And so you'd have what might be called the new middle class arising, say, between 1920 and the Second World War. I think this process then got speeded up after the Second World War, partly because of the fact that those who had done Army service had a chance to get a college education or various kinds of technical education through their GI Bill of Rights money, which meant a whole new stratum begins to get an education which hadn't before.
Still, as the outward evidences of physical enslavement were overcome, there often remained the more insidious fact of lingering mental bondage. 20 years ago, Dr. E. Franklin Frazier, Howard University sociologist, critically assessed the Negro middle class and launched upon it a bitter attack which reverberates within the black community to this day. In a controversial book entitled Black Bourgeoisie, Dr. Frazier lacerated white-collar Negroes for what he called aping the surface values of affluent whites. He charged them with living in a dream world of delusions of wealth and power, while rejected by the middle and upper-class whites they sought to emulate, and themselves spurning the black masses with whom they refused to identify. Wrote Dr. Frazier,
having abandoned their social heritage and being rejected by the white world, the black bourgeoisie have an intense feeling of inferiority, constantly seek various forms of recognition, and place great value upon status symbols in order to compensate for their inferiority complex. Since the black bourgeoisie live largely in a world of make-believe, the mask which they wear to play their sorry roles conceal the feelings of inferiority and of insecurity, and the frustrations that haunt their inner lives. The black bourgeoisie suffers from nothingness, because when Negroes attain middle-class status, their lives generally lose both content and significance.
Thus, Frazier saw the middle class as still suffering from that crippling legacy of slavery, as being, in a sense, still mentally enslaved by concepts which defined blacks as inferior and whites as superior. What was needed, Frazier implied, was a breaking of the old mental bonds, an emergence into a new and healthier self-image, as well as a more realistic appraisal of whites as merely fellow human beings of no special significance. What was needed, in short, was a mental revolution.
When I was in high school, I was the only Negro in the whole high school for 2 years. And it was a boarding school, and we would sit in a room, and a boy would get a package from home, a cake or something, and pass it around, and someone would be missed, and he'd say, "What's wrong? Am I a nigger?" And I was ashamed of being a nigger because it meant that I was the one who didn't get the cake, or the nigger was the one who didn't get the cake. But I think I've overcome that. I hope I've overcome it. And participation in the movement helped me overcome it. And I think people who don't have that struggle, that participation in struggle, have more difficulty in overcoming that shame and that fear that living in America, I think, forces on you.
I suppose every Negro, sometimes in his life, has been ashamed of being a Negro. The point is, how long does that feeling last? Can he overcome it? Does it last momentarily, such as ashamed of having exhibited poor manners or a nasty temper, or does it become a morbid thing with which he lives? I think that's the thing that makes the neurotic or the psychotic, if he can't overcome the feelings of shame, if he can't substitute for unwelcome feelings of shame, feelings of pride or acceptance. Have you ever stopped to consider the fact that the average Negro child in growing up is exposed almost entirely to Nordic standards of beauty before he ever enters school? As he looks at television, as he looks at the movies, newspapers, he sees Nordic standards of beauty elsewhere, but when he comes home, reflected in the mirror, he sees himself. Now, it's true, anthropologists told us long ago there's no such thing as a pure race, and there are no pure African races, but there is more with which the American Negro can identify when he sees African standards of beauty than, say, in Nordic standards of beauty or Anglo-Saxon.
Now, these signs are a reaction to the detrimental effect which Western civilization and what I call the Manichaean experience has had on black people in America. We are taught, according to the Manichaean experience, that black is ugly, black you get back, black is evil, black people are evil, women in particular are evil, and has a deleterious effect on adults, adolescents, and children alike. It makes us ashamed of just being black. There is a bone-deep shame about being black, which pervades the entire black community and has no respect for class. The black bourgeoisie is just as ashamed of being black as are the masses of Negroes. This was done due to a concerted effort over many years and generations by the white propagandists. We intend to counter-propagandize. We intend to tell black people that they are valuable, that they are important, that they have made contributions to the world and will continue to make contributions to the world, but first they must look upon themselves in a better light. Hence, black is not ugly, black is not evil, black is beautiful.
Now, I pretty handsome. Right there. Okay, that's what I want. See? Nothing to it. Just a little smile, and boy, we're on our way. Okay? Now chin down just a wee bit. There we are. All right.
I think this trend toward natural hair development indicates a greater feeling of self-pride in Africa and in our African heritage and in blackness, in naturalness, in presenting ourselves and not being ashamed of the way we are. And I think this is a very healthy thing. As a result of our meeting with girls in New York and Chicago and around the country, we found that this trend was developing, not only among women, but also among men. And here again, we felt that everybody ought to reflect the changes that are going on in the community. And I can say that while it is certainly not affected the majority of people, there are a growing number of Negro men and women who are wearing their hair in a natural form, and I think quite attractively.
One of the great problems that we have faced here in our country is the fact that a lot of black people have not had respect for themselves. We have been, I think, moved and swayed by certain standards of beauty that related to us. And I happen to work for a hair care and cosmetics company. And one of the things that we're taking a long, hard look at, in fact, even more than that we have made decisions to do, is to try to relate beauty among black people as black beauty, and not to try to encourage all women to be blonde. Blonding is for women whose skin tones and natural hair calls for that.
Black people now are proud of being black. They are proud of their hair. When I was a child, I was taught that if a Negro was light complexion and had straight hair, that he was somebody. And I was taught that because I had nappy hair and was black, I was nobody. Young Negroes today are proud of their black skin, they're proud of their nappy hair, and because that's what they are. Now that is new, and to me that is good.
It's beautiful. I think our girls wear it very well. For our business, it's no good. It's no good for our business. They say blondes have more fun. Yeah.
If they requested in my shop, is that what they wanted, I would give it. But I would not recommend it.
Because why not?
Because the beautician really can't make any money with the natural. It's bad for business. Yes, it is.
This is the purpose of every culture, to service the people who create the culture, whether they happen to be Indians in the Amazon basin or Oxford Dons in London, England, except for the American Negro. His is a slave culture which comes to us from slavery, and is perpetuated and was perpetuated by legalized segregation. The white boy, on the other hand, is told, look sharp and do well, you might be president of the most powerful country on earth one day. Now, to the Negro boy, we have the underlying slave culture, since a slave is a dehumanized individual, is that a nigger is no damn good. This is no wonder why very few Negroes, black boys and girls, survive all of this. So it is necessary for us, the present living generation, to create a culture which says that our people are the most valuable. Our boys and girls are beautiful. So that we can overcome the damage done to us as a people and as individuals.
Indigenous Negro music and dance are pursued with new pride and vigor these days, in contrast to the times not long past when such soul expressions were looked down upon as too common for educated Negroes. In fact, the term soul has been virtually commandeered by the black community to describe aspects of black consciousness ranging from the religious to the romantic. Traditional lower-class Negro food favorites, such as pig's feet, collard greens, and chitlins, now known as soul food, also enjoy new and open popularity among soul brothers and soul sisters.
This is Janet, who won the first prize in the science fair. And she was the one who decided she wanted to include Dr. Charles Drew and Dr. Daniel Hale Williams in her research work. And this was one of the things that made me feel quite proud. That my daughter came home and said she had to turn in a list of 10 famous persons born during the month of February. She showed me the list. There were 10 white persons on it. And I said to her, well, why don't you at least include some famous Negro? And she said to me, well, Dad, I don't know any famous Negroes. And I wanted to blow my top. What do you mean you don't know any famous Negroes? With all this material I make available to you. So I told her to get busy in the books, to do some research. Then meanwhile, I went back to my library at JET because we do a section called Yesterday in Negro History. And I just simply said to the librarian, more famous person, Negroes, are born during the month of February than any other month. Give me some research to back it up. So I had my little list to be ready for her when she got her little list. And there were names like Langston Hughes, Todd Duncan, Richard Allen, the founder of the Methodist Church, W.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, all during the month of February. Now, when she finally got her list together, she gave me two lists, famous Negroes, famous whites. And I said, she only wants 10, so why don't you do it in chronological order? when she did it in chronological order, she came up with 7 Negroes and 3 whites, and George Washington didn't make it.
Burgeoning interest in Negro history and African heritage is leading to the growth of museums, libraries, and cultural centers in black neighborhoods across the country. This South Side Chicago Center is dedicated to the Negro fur trader who founded the city in 1779. It is run and supported by a committee of professionals, intellectuals, and white-collar workers who take their work seriously as keepers of the flame.
That we can pledge, and then the committee, or we can empower the development committee to move on in this direction. So Laurent will expand on that idea.
And it seems to me that we have to figure out here and now some other means of getting this $53,000. In fact, we should not leave this meeting unless we see that $53,000. You know, even if various people have to go to their credit unions and borrow some of it.
Since the term Negro is rejected by a growing number of black people today as having a slave system origin, the center's name was recently changed to the Museum of African American History.
Interesting to note that up until about 1812, that early Negro middle class in this country always called itself African. The first societies in society, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. So that they weren't citizens, they weren't a part of this country, and they called themselves African. They would probably have continued to do that if around 1812, the colonization movement had not started, in which eminent people like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and others were saying Negroes should be freed, but they should be deported from the United States and sent to Africa. And so you had Liberia established, and you had this great drive to get Negroes out of the country. One finds in the Negro leadership beginning to use the term colored. Colored men's associations replace African societies because people will say, they're African, send them away. I think one of the most interesting things is now, having secured a relatively stable status within the frame, legally within the framework of the U.S., the middle class now does not need to feel insecure about once more accepting an identification with Africa in the same way that Jewish Americans, Polish Americans, Japanese Americans do it. Last year, I happened to be attending a festival in Dakar in West Africa, the first festival of Negro arts. And one of the most interesting things to me was the large number of American school teachers, businessmen, and professional people who had journeyed all the way to Senegal in West Africa to spend a week participating in this festival. I think this is an index to the new sense of security which the American middle class has vis-a-vis Africa.
Nowhere is this mental revolution more evident than among middle-class black youth. Past graduates of Negro colleges, such as Howard University in Washington, D.C., would hardly recognize the old alma mater now. Known in the past for its strict pseudo-Victorian traditions, Howard today is a hotbed of student and faculty unrest, militance, and activism. Though letter groups and practices remain, less old-fashioned snobbery than before, as equalizing black consciousness grows on campus. Gone is the fabled pine wood complexion, straight hair face rarities. Girls of air texture are acceptable now. For 100 more, black colleges have been the main for middle classes for aspiring Negroes, who are barred from most white institutions by law, prejudice, or lack of finance. Today, however, many of these students have deliberately chosen black schools over the white, often as an expression of racial pride and militance.
I think in the years past, the student body and the faculty at Howard weren't particularly passive. I just think they were scared to death. I believe that in the past, the university administration was very oppressive. And at the slightest movement out of line by any faculty or student, that student was kicked out or he was censored in some way.
You have the Uncle Toms, or rather the Dr. Thomases, who sort of bow down to...
Young sociology professor Dr. Nathan Hare, recently fired by Howard for his militancy.
They said that if we don't bow down, we won't get tax money, whereas they give far more money to the white schools, and much of it for research on the Negro. And then we have decided now that they've been studying the wrong man, and they gave $40 million to Berkeley to study the Negro. We want $40 million to study the white man, because that's the cover. And so we are going to try to reject some of these outlooks. We pay taxes just like the whites do, as much as we're allowed to make money. So what you have then is a sort of colored cracker system of administrators who don't want persons to breathe. They can't do anything until the white schools have done it. For example, Malcolm X was not allowed to speak at Howard the first year. He was invited by students. Then Yale invited him, University of Michigan, and others, Harvard. Then the next year, Howard invited him, but they hastened to put out a public relations release saying that now we've joined the ranks of Yale and Harvard. And of course, they had somebody to debate him.
Black collegians at predominantly white schools, such as Columbia University, are also caught up in the mental revolution. Gone is the timid, please tolerate me attitude of some Negro students of yesteryear. Today, it's, I'm here, I'm black, and I'm beautiful, baby. Afro-American societies have sprung up, and Afro-American students are openly challenging the educational concepts and practices they encounter.
A lot of the students at this university, particularly the black students, have been very concerned about the fact that we aren't included in any way in the curriculum. It's easy to take a course that covers 50 to 75 years of American history and not learn a thing at all about what black people have done or what role they've played. The fact that there were many black troops that fought in the Civil War, or the role that they were involved in political action during Reconstruction, or the exact nature of European imperialism during several centuries. A lot of these things just aren't covered. And we've recently tried to get the administration here at Columbia to just set up a study to concern itself with the problem. The university, in fact, has really refused to discuss it in a reasonable manner. Now, the university pretends to be interested in an academic approach to things, to sitting down and studying. They don't like the fact that people go and burn books in front of Ferris Booth Hall. But the university isn't really willing to sit down and solve any of these problems. And that this is something that, in the long run, is going to contribute to more problems. There are going to be more incidents of people burning books if they don't start burning buildings in the near future. Unless the university is willing to really study the discontent that leads to students, to the fact that white students and black students don't have a real appreciation of this culture that we talk about. History courses, whether they deal with American history or history of the world, don't include what the accomplishments of non-white people. And it's about time some changes were made.
For candidate Roger, you clip across the seat and bound between the runways and landing taxiway Lima. Channel 153 is clear for takeoff, runway 13 left.
Thus, the central theme of middle-class Afro-Americans today is that despite surface gains, they are hurt, embittered, even furious at the continuing exclusions and discriminations they meet in jobs, promotions, housing, and other opportunities, which they know their qualifications or incomes would automatically admit them to were it not for prejudice by whites, however subtly applied. They are insistent upon recognition and respect as human beings of pride and dignity equal to any others, and they are fed up with white paternalism. They want to run their own affairs. But what of the future? Where does the black middle class go from here? What roles will it play within the general American society?
I think that the basic function of the middle class oriented black American is to be the interpreter of not only the diseases which mark and mar our nation's life and the life of our culture and our world, but to be the recreative agents for the reconstruction of our society. Actually, the greatest pool of unused talent in this nation is the unused talent of black men of the greatest candor as well as competence. Now, the great tragedy lies here in the fact that the people who are the controllers of the system need this candor and competence combined in order to preserve the best in their system. And what they will do is to get carbon copies of white men and not the most competent, candid black people who are really the most creative ones in our society. These people are the ones that should be the consultants for the building up of our society. This is a unique role of the black middle class. There are other roles all along the line, creative roles for all elements in the black community, but certainly these are the people who are presently the most valuable people potentially in our society today.
It's there. We've got to start playing back. And the Negro male is beginning to get this feeling, especially the younger Negroes. I think this is so beautiful to watch these young kids who, you know, if you listen to what they're saying, and they are saying something.
What do you plan to do, or what would you like to do? I guess this is an experimental program lasting about 6 months. What would you like to do after 6 months?
We'd like jobs. We want damn good jobs. We don't want that cotton washing. You know, we want damn good jobs. I don't mean nothing. It doesn't got to be a white collar job or nothing like that, but we just want damn good jobs, something that will grow, some type of job that has a future, some type of job that means something to you. You know how important the job is if it means something to you. You know, you can grow on it.
Once you get a job, then what?
Then I can, you know, I can sort of see myself if it's a good job and I feel that I can grow on this job and be motivated by the system that they have on this job, whatever it is. I can see the next 10 years maybe, you know, I can see raising a decent family, you know, I can see being somebody, you know, and I can get used to the idea of being called Mr. Smith instead of Hey and Boy and all them other names, you know, that they call us, you know. Yeah, you know.
Whether they live in the crowded ghetto or commute to work along with whites from the suburbs, Afro-Americans, particularly the youth, are hardening in their assessment of white attitudes on all levels. They are skeptical. Even the goal of integration itself now comes increasingly under question. And the tragic assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King has inevitably added to the distrust, the disillusion.
We're in a period in which some degree of acceptance in some situations is given to Negroes by the white middle class as friends, neighbors, equal associates. But this is something that is just beginning. I think the large bulk of the middle class will have its sense of racial identity increased as the years go on, that it will tend to ally itself with the Negro masses to an even greater extent than it has in the past. I think the whole concept of black power and black nationalism generally is not just going to involve the youth who shout stridently or the youngsters who go into militant action. You see, I take the position the ghetto is not going to disappear. It's going to be here for a long, long time, the segregated Negro community, because America has not made up its mind to desegregate its cities. A large proportion of the people who live in the ghetto, they will be giving services in the form of owning stores, of being doctors, dentists, lawyers, school teachers, social workers. And I think that increasingly, rather than that group splitting off, it will work in common cause with the so-called masses and within the community.
Thus the challenge is posed. As black people on all levels continue to cast off previously crippling attitudes toward themselves and others, they eye the affluent mainstream of America with both critical and determined scrutiny. However irritating or inconvenient it may be to others, black people living in the midst of the wealthiest nation the world has ever known measure progress in terms of how much better things may be today than yesterday. Their vision is focused on how much further there is yet to go before they too share unhindered in the great American dream. For share they will, or the dream itself may well be jeopardized for all. Hanging in the air, therefore, is the ominous question. How much longer can America evade honoring its most basic and pressing commitment? Will the younger and the more militant be forced to continue losing faith in the promise of a truly egalitarian, multiracial America? If so, then the troubles we've recently seen could be but a prelude to national disaster.
I think we have to be very realistic about it. But I don't think that we can, I'm not an alarmist by any means, but I don't think we can minimize the situation in any way. It's just something that all of America needs to look at and think about very seriously, because you can bet that the rest of the world is looking at America and trying to evaluate and assess our real sincerity, you know, when we talk about brotherhood and equality.
So what y'all think about that? Keith Ty said the so-called American dream is bullshit. Talk about it. Look at these dummies and everything that they did to like make things harder just because they were. It's like the same thing that the aristocrats did. Remember we did the video on the aristocrats, the ones that made the schools and, you know, did all that other stuff, so on and so forth. You know, it's kind of ridiculous that all that's going on, and, you know, it's like, I don't know what to say. It's annoying, you know, for me to think about all these things that, you know, we go through, continue to go through. People want to be fighting about things. We're not changing nothing. Nothing seems to be getting better. I mean, it's shit. This shit's like crazy to me. Hold on. So, yeah, I wanted to share something else with you. I need to show you guys something. Is this the right album? Yeah. I got like a random album. I'm gonna see. I don't want to show this because there's like, I think it's over 200 pictures in this particular album. But I just want you guys to see some things that were like, I was going through certain albums and I saw these different pictures. I said, let me put a random picture album together. Let's start with this. You know, we talk about these people that were, you know, people don't think that some of these people have been named or, yeah, it says, rewind, it says, I'm going to be still live for a few more minutes. Just rewind and go back. Yes, yes. Exactly. Let them go. Unlock their mind. Open that brain up. Come on, y'all. That's what I be trying to do. Portals of the mind. Portals of the mind. Yes. Let's see. Who showed picture out of it? And no offense to anybody. This is like what they see, what they doing, what they present, you know? What is that? I appreciate that, brother. But yeah, you see this? These are some of the people that were like at the World Fair, and this isn't about all these type of people. This is just some random pictures that I put together in the album. Bruce Lee said, empty your mind. Be formless. Don't be in a form. When you're in a form, you're being shaped. You're being put into something that someone wants you to be. It's not what you are. If it was natural, it would be the natural form. There would be no reason to form it. So you need to be formless and shapeless, like water. If you put water in a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes a teapot. Water can flow or it can crash. Be water. Don't be like water, but be water. Shapeless, formless. You go into anything. Debutantes. This is an old pic. I can't remember where from, so I don't want to say, but it's an old, as you can see, old debutante pic. In each other we trust. This is the business barter system that I'm so fond of. I keep telling you guys about. I've been trying to build the business barter system. I have about, we have like 12 people so far. Setting up our memberships and getting everything going. It says, in each other we trust. The great Sphinx of Giza said, it said, freedom is money, a barter and trade certificate. This note entitles the barter or the bearer to receive 1 hour of labor or its negotiated value in goods or services. Please accept it, then spend it to grow our business, jobs, and families. Thank you for freedom. Freedom stimulates local business and creates jobs by recycling our wealth. Freedom is backed by our real wealth, our families, our skills, our information. Let me say it again. Freedom is backed by our real wealth, our families, our skills, our information, our tools, our computers, our $5 billion in annual income, and our faith in God and our ancestors. 1/4 of an hour, 1/4 of an hour is like money. You can like exchange it. Did you guys ever know that Osama bin Laden used to work for the United States CIA agency in 1980? Did anyone know that? Just wondering if you guys know that. These are some of the treasures that were found. I can't recall. I hope that it says here. I believe one of the articles are going to say it. You guys see this? No telling how long they were under the water. They were discovered by some guys swimming deep under the water. This was recently found. Oh, it was found in Egypt. Egypt. They said what's scary is how it got there. Shit, how the hell they talking about how it got there? Shit, they just found it. How they know how it got there? Talking about what's scary is how it got there. They say some dumb shit. Number 9, it was a bronze statuette of a pharaoh of the 26th dynasty. The remains of the 12th century BC city were found in Abu Qur Bay, 6.5 kilometers away from the main coastline. It was 15,000 years ago that the Heraclean was an affluent township, tragically covered by something. I don't know. I didn't get the whole article. So basically, this says it was an ancient Egyptian city that was named Harsalan or Thonis. It was unexpectedly discovered near Egypt's modern coastline, the modern Egypt. It was a surprising discovery as the city was dismissed as a legend. They always thought that the city was a legend. I believe we saw this on the map. They're the Heraclean or the Thonis. Okay, so they thought it was a myth or folklore, but it actually wasn't, because now someone was swimming and they found these artifacts. And wait, let me go back. And you see they have like, I think I got more pics. This must be when I did these pics that there was something else, but it's gonna be some more pics, I believe it is. But yeah, but you see, look at this gold disc right there. That thing is huge too. On a pic, it may not look as big, but this is like, it was just laying down there. It was like huge gold. It was so much gold they found too. This was distinguished in the Noah's Webster Dictionary in 1828 as the races of men. They said this was the American, the Aztec, the Australian, the Caucasian. Look who the Caucasian was. This was the Caucasian. Here's the European. Here's the European. Pale as hell. Don't pale this thing on the damn beige page. It still look white. Mongolian and an African. I don't know how much of that is absolutely true or who drew that figure, but yeah. Okay, yeah, here we're getting back to the pictures now. So let's see. Picked as women who created sculptures in the World Fair, but not in the First World Fair, and Augusta established in the second. Invest in assisted and since they look like Obama. Yeah. Drink water. Exactly. Drink water. Water's awesome for you. Drink some warm water early in the morning before you eat anything, and wait about 20 minutes before you eat any food if you eat in the morning. That's a good way to fast and cleanse yourself. Pale skin, yes, that part. All that. Okay, let's see. Going back to the pigs. Let's see. So yeah, look, this was also. It was a bronze statue of Osiris. Look at this statue. It was a bronze statue, and it was encased in some type of looks like it was a time capsule and shit. To me, it looks like some type of time capsule. Can you see it? And look at the glass, how like this is a crystallized, defined. I don't even know what it is. The glass looks absolutely freaking thick. Okay. This is a symbolic representation of both the physical and the eternal life. When it comes to empowerment, life, respect, spirituality, balance, knowledge, selflessness, less of self. Okay. There's a union, the union of these things coming together. And we have all these things that can come together. There is that empowerment and the respect of life. The empowerment and the respect of life during the spiritual exchange of two people, because it is a spiritual ritual. Sex isn't something you should just be having or giving away or just, enjoying or like having so much fun with and stuff like that. There's so much more to that. And you need to be on a certain level to even understand it. So the selflessness and the knowledge and bringing that balance together. So the loop of the ankh represents the feminine, the womb, while the elongated section represents the masculine penis. These two sacred units then come together and form the life. This is the same thing as the woman's womb. You know how we talk about the woman's womb is the ionic womb. I say this creates everything, brings anything to life. So there is the fallopian tube. There is her uterus and her ovaries, right? And you see the representation of the ankh. It shows the same thing, right? Look at the cervix, right? All right. I don't want to spend too much time on each pic because there are a lot of them. This is just on one of these walls I saw that it shows like the indigenous. It's like, if you see the serpent, okay, I don't know if you guys see. If you can see, it's not letting me zoom too much right in, but right here, there is a serpent, there's that wing. You always see it. We'll come up on another picture, so I'll remind you when we see it. But this particular picture represents like some type of opening in the portal opening. I should have went back to that Stargaze picture and explain this more. Actually, I'm gonna have to just so. No, I'm not. I don't have time because that's too many pictures. Okay, so anyway, it's a portal opening. So when you see this portal open, then you see this looks like a horse. Somebody said, "Oh, it's a horse." It's not a horse. You see, he has 4 legs here, right? You see the creature that's coming in, that's riding, coming down, and he is defeating these people. He came and like got up and knocked them out, all of them laying down. Y'all see, these are people. I don't know if you can see. This is the best I could zoom up. These are people came in and slayed them. If you remember the story we read, I told you about the dude, Mr. Kokomo, I believe, the African dude. It was showing that he called the chariots and the angels. That's the angels and the chariot. It's showing right here the angels and the chariot. They came through the portal and came down and defeated these people, obviously for our ancestors, right? And that shows that. Did I want to get into that? Okay, so yeah. This is them giving, gifts and all this other stuff to him and his mom. What's the name? Horace. So yeah, here it is. This is what I was talking about. When you guys see this, usually the wings are open, so on and so forth. But this is the portal. You can see the portal opening, so on and so forth. This is what that's represented, so on and so forth. Your thoughts create your reality. We discuss and talk about this all the time. A lot of these videos are gonna show a couple of things. That's crazy. I bet it is. That's just just like a pig, huh? Like a pig would be. Oh, that's like crazy. Okay. And homosexuality, guys, was a mental disorder until 1973 when Rockefeller and the Planned Parenthood, among others, planned to use homosexuality to destroy the family by giving people an accepted opinion to straight sex. So they removed it as a sickness and promoted it instead. Being a homo has only been normal for 40 years. Believe it or not, 40 years, guys, 40 years. Before that, it was labeled as being a person with a mental disorder. We discussed this before. They used to give people, I don't remember if this was a video from a while ago, but we talked about how they used to give these people literally shock treatments. Their parents would put them in a mental hospital, and they would go through all these different shock treatments and different therapies trying to get them to not be homosexual. So that's how bad they thought it was a mental disorder. They thought they would be able to change their minds and switch them over. This shows the 33 vertebrae, climbing Jacob's ladder to the pineal, to the brain, all that, showing you, the serpent head, so on and so forth. The womb in the universe, as above, so below, everything that's going on up there, it goes on down here within the woman's womb. Everything that the universe is creating life and bringing into its existence is pretty much that. All right, let me see. Edmonia Lewis created a life-size sculpture of Cleopatra, and Augusta Salvage created Preston John and many more. Yes, absolutely. Mine 7 mother goddess are the 7 sisters of the Pleiades. I don't believe in that Pleiades stuff really too much, but 7 different mother goddesses go effed up, and here we are. Okay. I don't believe in that, brother, but, to each his own. It was in medical dictionary, too, as a mental disorder. Yes. They took it, they disruled it when they decided to use it against us, so they're doing it now, right? They're doing that now. Absolutely, says now. They're trapped in their body, and we don't want to use that word, brother, as fallen angels are. Just saying, yes, but we don't want to use that word, brother. Let's be mindful of our words. Yeah, shock therapy. Yeah, brother. They used to give them electric shock therapy. How inhumane, right? Regardless of whatever they were going through, or whatever, how dare them do that to them because they feel like they're that mentally disabled. But yeah, absurd. We talk about the macabre, which is the light body vehicle, that plasma light energy within your blood that actually takes you to that point of having that balance. The male and the feminine and the male, the triangle, the upside down, the vertical, they meet, and there's the balance, the male and the feminine. The macabre is a light body vehicle, right? Open the gateway within you. Open the gateway. There's a gateway that takes you to either side. Open the gateway within you, and surely you too shall live the true life. This is from the Emerald Tablet, quoted also from the Emerald Tablet. Man is a star bound to a body until in the end he is free. Through his strife only be struggle and toiling. Thy utmost shall the star within thee bloom out in new life. If you didn't see my videos on the Tirthankara, I suggest that you go back and watch both of those, right? In the Tirthankara, the videos I explained to you guys how the Tirthankara was the actual, really true Christ that they speak about. The same thing that we go through, the same thing you go through when you go through the full enlightenment and you're able to ascend and leave your body and actually travel outside of it with your light body, with your spirit, your actual self, you, the inner self, being able to take control over matter and light, being able to bend light, right? These things are being done like on the daily. Whether y'all know it or not. Come on, y'all like way behind. Man is a star body, is a star bound to a body until in the end he is freed through his strife. Once he's broken down the barriers, done everything he needs to do, broken the portals down, Only by struggle and toiling, they utmost shall the star within thee bloom out to that new life. That's when you're going to bloom to the new life, by going through these things and making sure that you are fighting the struggle and finding out, searching, researching, opening the portals of your mind, actually cleansing yourself, making sure that you're able to enlighten yourself through your pineal gland. Few there were among the children of men who had looked upon that mighty face and lived. What is the face? The face of yourself. When you see yourself, you know there's an inner self, right? There's an eye within yourself. You ever go inside of your own head? Can you close your eyes and see right now? There's literally an eye looking at you. That's a meditative practice you would have to check and get into in order to see that inner eye, the true self. So anyone that sees that mighty face and live, for not as the sons of men are the children of light. It is the internal light body, yourself, you. You will really go into yourself. Close your eyes. You can see that inner eye, that inner self. There is literally, it may seem like some sci-fi freaky shit, but it's literally right there in your eyes. If you close your eyes, you would be able to see it. You would have to really meditate and pay attention, and you will see it. It may seem scary or weird to you, but it is there. It doesn't look like the pictures they show of the pineal gland. It doesn't look like that. It literally looks like an eyeball. I ain't even getting into all that right now. That's too deep of a conversation for y'all. Just half of y'all just, I think, beyond other stuff. Just from, not that y'all way off, but it's like y'all don't see the depth, and I think sometimes I can't really explain things from the way I want to, and that's why I show a lot of videos sometimes, because my mind's all over the place. I have so many thoughts, there's so many things going on, and I can't really express this the way I choose to. So I like to show pictures, put things together, different quotes and things. So I hope you guys enjoy it. So, for not as the sons of men are the children of light, the children of light, the light body, when they are not incarnate in the physical body, not incarnate in the physical body, not being a part of that vessel, that physical vessel. That physical vessel. Humans are created, checking with the chat, humans are created as one ink. Unite with your inner dweller and conquer. Meet your inner healed out and true other half. Your Bridgedom, congrats. It's not the other half, it's the actual self. It's the you. That might sound strange, but it's like you. What a blessing to stand in the planet of a woman, a creative and divine instrument of the infinite intelligence of life. Not only are we divine, but we are phenomenal. Just know that. The pineal gland is the cure. Here it goes. This is the Merkaba. The Merkaba. The Merkaba. Okay? It's the cure. Just know that Big Pharma is a drug cartel. Cocaine on street value is $20,000 for a kilogram. If you go to the pharmacy, oxycodone, not to the pharmacy, the street value of the oxycodone is $100,000 a kilogram. Way more than the street value cocaine. Beyond the physical and the mental level, there is a soul level. There's a soul level, that plane, the other dimension. This is the realm of the higher self. Always seek divine love and become one with the divine. Remembering to overcome your lower self. The things that keep you in your lower self is the hate, greed, anger, jealousy, and backbiting. The things that keep you in your lower self are hate, greed, anger, jealousy, and backbiting. Always seek divine love and become one with the divine, with self. Those who bring sunshine to the lives of others cannot keep it from themselves. You have to be happy within yourself in order to exude that particular type of energy, right? In order for somebody else to pick that up or see that or feel that energy is, if it's not good, you're going to know that. You're going to feel that. A speaker of truth has no friends. Well, they may not have many friends, but they're going to have some friends. When it comes to the fire spirit or the fire energies of people, the Aries, Leos, and Sagittarius, this is not 100% accurate, but it actually rings true a lot. They're inspirational, confident, they take control, they're enthusiastic, they have a lot of action with them, they're very fun, they have a lot of excitement, they're explorers, and they like trailblazers. The earth signs are Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. This means I can vouch for this or not. Very physical, yes. Practical, yes. The rock, stable, yes, 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 very stable. Live in the here and now, definitely, definitely. There's no such thing that I'm going to worry about is the past and the future because it's only right now and I can't control anything that happened before. I can discuss it, see it, disseminate it, check it out, but I can't change it. Very goal oriented. Yes, me, 100%. Very, very patient. Yes, yes, 100%. Work very hard for success, one step at a time. Sometimes rigid and sometimes materialistic. That is true. Even though I don't believe or how can I say, or honor materialistic things, I like them. I love pretty things. I like nice things. I like to collect things, so on and so forth. But I give things away because I keep a lot of stuff and I buy a lot of things. I'm always giving. Air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, they are mental, social people. They're analytical. They're fluctuating in their ways, in the way that they do things and feel sometimes. Actually, their feelings and their emotions actually fluctuate a lot, is what I'm feeling from that. They need to share their thoughts to the world. They're very much a lot of teachers, writers, philosophers, intellectual and stimulating people, right? And that's true. I can speak for Aquarius. I can speak for Gemini and Libras. I know these people, and that's kind of them. Water signs are the Cancer, the Scorpio, and the Pisces. Intuitive, very artistic. They're psychic sponges. They are nurturers. They're empathic. They're passionately emotional. They're deep feelings. They're self-protective. They're addictive personalities, and they're very private. That is so true. Y'all know who this is? I'm gonna make y'all sit and say. I want somebody to say who this is. Who know who this is? You wanna come, Virgo? Yes, come on, Virgo, Lady Spade. That's us, girl. Yes, yes. Hear me roar. Say it, sis. Yes, Virgo, bro, Virgo too. Yes, yes. Cancer. Yep. Water sign. Yep, yep, yep. Sis, Cancer. Yes. King Ty is the Scorpio. Scorpio in the house. Pisces. I love Pisces. My baby, my middle daughter is a Pisces. Okay. Who know who this is, real quick, before we get to going? Peace, bro. Yes, sis, you already know. Peace, bro. You want to jump up here, chat with me? I've been just chatting by myself. I didn't actually even drop the link. We were showing a nice video, bro. But if you want to pop up, you can. Oh, yeah, tomorrow, you guys, make sure you're tuning in at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And so we'll be going over very important part 3. It's going to be fired. Law and land, land and law, law and land and law. Okay. Yep, Malcolm X says, that was him. Okay, let's get to some more things. Here we go. Let's talk about it. Homosexuality began when European civilization, it was initiated by a number of prehistorical Indo-European people. Bro, jumped up here. Hold on, let me grab that stream here real quick. Peace.
Peace.
Did you see any of the video, bro? Or you had just popped in?
Yeah, I just jumped in. Peace to the chat, you know, the guys and the goddess in the chat room. Yeah, I just jumped in. I was working on some production, man. You know, working on this track. Trying to get some stuff out the way.
Oh, okay. Nice chill day to do some personal stuff, right?
Yeah, man. I caught up on this stuff, man. It's a project in the works, but it's gonna be astounding.
Okay. We'll be able to chat about it soon. So
yeah, I see you talking about the elements, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, ooh. You know.
Look, bro, I'm really like all of this was like a random album. And I said, I'm just gonna share this because it got some everything in it. So you can help me with some input on it. I did speak on that. Did you want to say something about it, about any of them real quick before I move on?
I mean, we are the 4 elements. That's why I just tell people the mind, body, soul, and spirit. Once you learn those 4, you write them down on a piece of paper and memorizing what they mean to you, you pretty much know yourself to the point of mastery, and you can work yourself out. So you got to tap in, connect with the soul. Connect the soul, the spirit, the mind, the body. All of this, connect that. It's a whole bunch of chambers. Your flesh, the pigment, the melanin in your flesh itself, the cells of your melanin has memory and it has data in it.
Right. Sonny
Yeah.
Blaze, what's up? What's up, brother? Welcome. She's in her phone spelling all kind of words. Yeah. Let me see. I think he got some deep pictures in this album, bro. You might see something you want to elaborate on. Let me know if you want me to stop on the pic or something, bro. I'm about to go to the album. And
That
yeah, I
right
just got
there.
some random stuff, some look. Which one? The one before with the signs?
Yup. That's the fire, earth, water, and air. Those are the four of what I just mentioned. The air is your spirit. Your earth is your body. Your soul is the water. And your mind is that fire. So when you look at the fire, earth, water, and air, those are the four elements. The mind, body, soul, and spirit right there. The body is the earth.
Right.
Yeah. The air is your spirit and word.
Yeah.
That fire, that's why the mind is our minds are hard to be tamed. Can be manipulated, but to be tamed is very, very hard. And the water, that's that plasma, the cells and all of that. That's soul.
Yeah.
That's why your feet, that's why when you hot, the bottom of your feet be wet. Your hands, your palms get
Sweat.
wet. Yep. It comes out your
Yeah.
pores.
Sweat is a good detox.
It is too. Especially
People
when
be
you
like,
got too
"Oh,
much
I hate
water in your body. Yeah, man. I was just telling my wifey, man, we got to start getting back to our cardiovascular workouts because your cardio is that's that like your car, you got to keep the oil change, the radiators, and all of that stuff. That's that internal. That's the body.
This is crazy.
That's right.
The agape. Here go the agape love. People be talking about the agape. If y'all ever heard of people talking about that, it's homosexuality began with the European civilization. It was initiated by a number of prehistoric Indo-European people, out of which the Greeks evolved. They in turn passed it on to the Romans, who passed it on to their children. The Europeans, who continued to spread it throughout the world as they forced their culture on it. Others and influenced their backwardness to the world. The cross is symbolic for the agape love, which is a lie too. There's some other shit to that, but we don't get to all that. But they said that. But they said they probably used it like they do everything else. They take our shit and do what they want to do with it. Twist it, turn it, make it nasty, make it something else. Which means the sex with younger males and older males. The top part is a penis, and the little boy in the lower is the older male, and the ankh represents the life, and the cross represents the death. Homosex. Look at the cross and look at the ankh, understand what you're looking at. Now, mind you, you see what they said about that, but we just went over the ankh, and I showed y'all what the ankh is, and what the ankh is relating to the the ionic womb, basically, and it shows you everything, and we talked about all that. So basically, y'all know that's some bullshit. So like I said, it's a turned about, twisted about shit. Took this nasty ass shit, took it from the manual to this shit. Y'all see it, right? Europeans are the creators of homosexual lifestyle. The Greeks would have sex with their younger soldiers and rape and kill their enemies, and know the facts. They want to influence the world to be homos and backwards as them. And that's a fact, a very freaking fact. Look at this. Y'all see this? My question, if a man gets his ASS 8, does that make him gay? What you think? Yeah, that part. Look who's doing it. That's disgusting.
That's good, man. Don't show that shit.
I'm sorry, I had to show it. Okay, look, people be thinking this shit is a joke. Look at this. You know how Dumb was talking about, oh, it's no bones. It do be bones that actually can live. And you see these bones. This is a real skeleton head. I believe that. I mean, that's me. My spirit tells me this is real. I see it as being real, and I feel that it is. And I believe they dug this up because there's many of it. And it's old stories. Well, we're going to get to it.
Wait, hold on. You said, who said what?
It's old. Sanchez, nutty ass. He going to say, oh, bones disintegrate. They wouldn't live over 100 years. I'm like, if you don't shut your dumb ass up.
You gotta be stupid as shit, cause I honestly, if you could say that, if you could say bones don't live past 100 years old, then you don't know about the catacombs.
That's what he said, bro.
Yeah, you don't know about the catacombs.
That's what he said, bro.
That's just the beginning. Like the catacombs is just the beginning. Like I ain't even talking about the rat mummies and all of these motherfuckers preserved with people and all this shit. Yeah, he an idiot.
Spirituality is this personal relationship with the divine. Religion is crowd control. Keep that in mind. The human body ingredients: oxygen. We got about 65% oxygen, 18.5% carbon, 9.5% hydrogen per se, and 3.3% nitrogen. But there's like 70-something% water. And that's the combination of the, the oxygen and hydrogen, all this other crap. But anyway, this is the key elements: calcium 1.5. Like we don't read all that, but I just thought this was nice. I just threw that pic in there for you. This shows like the world as well. How it talks about the different layers. How they always show you that tree. We're gonna get into that too. I'm gonna pass through. We don't take too much time on that shit. The 10 dimensions. This is going to a whole bunch of other stuff, but it's showing you like the force fields and the way that matter comes and flows, and all the different things with electromagnetism. This was just a picture I wanted to show you. I showed like also kind of like how our cells are. The cells do the same thing. This looks like your cells. I think I got a couple of pictures in here that kind of show some similarities to that, and how the cells are manipulated. The cells manipulated, then it changes or transmutates you not only physically, but it can also do it mentally, doing certain things to you, so on and so forth. Same thing, because it's all part of that this star map that they say. This is like that world tree thing as well, and this is what they use to like with technology, certain ley lines and energy fields and all these different things to manipulate you, because you're being the God particle that's the center of this earth and everything that's in the cosmos. We're connected to all that because we are all part of that, and it is us. Shit. So these things are easily manipulated by the frequency, by the light, by certain things. So when you have like particles inside you, certain things that are able to transmutate your cells, taking those things to make them inclined to be more manipulated or to go along with what these particular shits is doing, these kind of things can kind of change your ass. This what the Milky Way looks like over in I forgot the desert area, but there's an area, and this is the actual picture. I'm gonna have another picture of it. I hope I got the where the galaxy picture is, but this is what you see when you see this picture that they showing them nut. They were talking about how this galaxy look over there. You see it looks the exact same, right? Bro, I'm going fast. You want to say something? Tell me to stop if you wanted to, real quick.
I mean, also that picture below it is showing the firmament. It's showing the Egyptian way of looking at it, and they believed in a god being or a higher power being the firmament. You know what I'm saying? Like as above, so below. So you see the people on the outside of the firmament, and then you see the people under the firmament of the blue person. And that's actually, you know what I'm saying? That's actually was a deity, the blue person holding water from above. But then it's showing that the people on the outside of it as well.
The energy. And it's that galaxy, that same look, it's like the same exact thing. So under there would be the firmament, because this is all up, above.
As above, so below.
Yep. How emotions harm your body, guys. Just so you know and be aware of these things, know what you're doing to yourself when you're letting people affect you. This is for myself as well. I had to go over this and read this a couple of times, and I'm reaffirming for you guys too. If you're letting people do certain things to you, when it comes to your emotions that harm your body, when you get angry, it actually weakens your liver. When there's grief, when you're feeling sad and sorry about something, it weakens the lungs, takes your breath away. It takes your breath away, literally, because it makes your lungs weaker, so they're not able to pump as in efficiency they need to produce the proper amount of oxygen into your body. Worry, it actually weakens the stomach. Stress weakens the heart and your brain. When you're stressed out, it weakens your heart and your brain. You can literally have a heart attack. There are people who have laid down being stressed out and did not wake up the next morning, the following morning, literally have a heart attack in their sleep, in their bed. Or they had an aneurysm. The stress can actually bring on an aneurysm. It's the stress on the blood cells, and it does something to the brain. It can actually cause a blood clot to clot the brain from the stress. So stress actually can give you a heart attack or an aneurysm in your brain. Both these things can actually kill you, right? Fear weakens the kidney, another major organ that if it shuts down on you and you don't have anyone to donate a kidney to you or anything like that, you could actually be on a dialysis machine just by being fearful, by living in fear, being fearful. So stay happy and healthy from healthydigest.com. So go ahead, bro. You want to say anything about that?
Well, I mean, it's on point because you know the worry. Like for instance, if somebody had gave you opportunity to go out on stage in front of 1,000, 10,000 people, and you know how to say you get that that the butterflies in your gut.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Okay.
worry. And you know what I'm saying, like they also a trigger the other word, you know what I'm saying, that was connected to the brain and stuff too. You know, the stress, you know what I'm saying, because you worried and you stressed about going out there and not going through on the microphone. See, a lot of people don't know when you grab a microphone, everything comes out your mouth is heard. So every lisp, every gasp, every deep breath, every sigh, all of that comes out through the mic. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, right about that, bro. And then here, right? Just a picture just shows you the value of the organ. Like when the person's like, oh, they went missing, it's like they're like, oh, police, we'll look, and maybe they just decided to run away, and all this shit, because they know more than likely probably one of their damn cousins done took some kid and they getting some black market value on their body. The eyes of a melanated person is worth $5,000. The lungs is worth $50,000. A healthy lung. The liver is worth $40,000. A kidney is worth $20,000. A heart is worth $60,000. I don't want to play any more videos right now because that one was pretty long, but you guys can look up videos where people have gone on vacations and they woke up in the hotel. Some guy done met some lady at the bar. Somebody slipped something in they drink. Some lady done met some dude. He fine. She wanted to lay up with him, whatever. He done slipped something in her ass. She done laid down, went to sleep, and woke up with her kidney or liver literally out their body. This has happened with multiple people going to these countries on vacations and things of this nature. So it's very important to watch what you're doing, where you're at, and know the value of you. Europeans taught for centuries that the African had no written history, which is literature. And we're going to say when we think about the African, this is all over in the the Asia area that we talked about. Literature or philosophy claiming that Egypt was other than Africa. Claiming, check this out. It said claiming, right? Why are they claiming this shit? This shit is historical books. Either way, when roughly 1 million manuscripts were found in Timbuktu, in a mall recovering, in Timbuktu, Mali, covering, according to the Reuters, all of the fields of the human knowledge, law, and the science and the medicine. It did not make mainstream news, of course, as did the lies taught by the Europeans concerning Africa. and their ties basically, from coming from the Asian area, the indigenous there. They said they claimed, they funny, claiming. I just thought this was nice to throw this in. I thought I wanted to show y'all that. I thought it was so pretty. Isn't that beautiful? All these are like fly. This one right here is like really fly, but she is beautiful. Look at this.
Yeah, it's dope.
Right, ain't that dope, bro?
Yeah,
This
real art.
Right, real art. I could have left it on there for a second more, huh? Very pretty. All of them. Look at the baby. This is so, man. Some people just got that talent, man. My daughter could draw like this. This is beautiful right here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This fly too. All of them fly. This is my favorite right here, though. This women feminist movement ruined this, the black family, and filled the hood with this. All of these confused
I call them
individuals.
the motherfuckers trisexual.
Trisexual. Trying any damn thing, huh, bro?
Yeah,
I'll
trying
just try
anything.
it.
Animals and all this shit, trisexuals.
Oh gosh, especially the animals. I think I got something in here on talking about that. I was showing that too. Let's get to it. I'm not gonna spend too much time. It says Ramses III prayed for wisdom to run his kingdom. He was sent a woman, Shanu. Here she is, picking the fruit from the tree of knowledge, giving it to him. She was his compliment, not his downfall. I already know that. Y'all better know that. This is where the Adam and Eve story comes from. That's part of what the Adam and Eve story is. But, a lot of it is our history, but that's a whole nother story. They try to make up whatever they want to sound good, but I just thought I'd throw that up there. The pineal gland. This is how it looks when it's fluorinated and is all deposited in it as, certain products, toothpaste, the water, certain things, just eats it up. You have no chance of being enlightened. Because the shit is all broken up, eaten up, destroyed. It's crazy. People work a lifetime to try to get that, back in order. So when it comes to the midbrain cross section, there is the eye of Horus, the corpus callosum. This right here, where you see this, look, y'all see how this part right here from that eye of Horus is right here, the pineal gland. The hypothalamus gland, right here. Y'all see all it. Y'all see it right through. You want to say anything about this, brother? The medulla?
Well, no, I mean, the picture is saying enough.
Saying enough. The third eye will not open if you live in fear. What did I tell you about living in fear? You have a weak heart, and you also have a weak brain. The two most powerful things that, is connected to the self. Right? Hold on a second, I gotta grab this guy.
You also will not be able to astral travel or ascend out the body in fear. You'll be trapped. So fear, stress, and worry, that'll keep you from. That'll even distort your meditations. So, yeah, I mean, those pics are right. Just jumped up here and shit. The support system. That's why they spend so much money on these fear tactics, constantly trying to keep our people on edge, so they can control them with their emotions. And most weak niggas is like that with their women.
Say it, bro. I hear you. I'm listening. I'm right here.
Like I'm like that with niggas. I'm like not like that with no women. You know what I'm saying? Like no woman should be walking on eggshells around a man. That's not the man for you.
Right. It should be easy. It should be like so easy. It should be so great. When anything done out of love, it's like, why should it be hard? Like it don't make sense.
Yeah.
It says religion, from the Latin verb Religier or religar. Am I saying it right, bro? Religar or religier? What does it sound like to you? I've never heard that word before. Religier. Religier. It says religier. And it says to tie back, to hold back, to thwart from forward progress, and to bind. To bind what? We already see the picture letting you know. Binding the freaking mind. A system control that's based in unchallenged dogmatic belief, which holds back the progress of your consciousness. Let's see what this is. I find it rather strange and ironic that a man who is conceived in his mother's womb and spends 9 months in her stomach, connected to her and feeding, once he is born, he suckles from her breast the milk of life. Yet he grows up and worships a male god, a figure in the sky, a sky daddy. Just a question. The subconscious is superior resource. No is for the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm talking about 7 and 8. We're gonna compare these two. One is the subconscious mind. One is the conscious mind. The conscious mind tells you to run because the world is running. You move with whatever the world pace is. You following. Okay. Oh, it's this way. Now it turned around. Oh shit, it's flipping. You doing all that shit. Subconscious mind tells you to relax, discover your deepest passion, so that the world can run after you. You need to be the lead. You need to be the head because you're what? You are the head. So what? You need to be leading. Everything needs to be following you and running on your time. Don't run on nobody else's time. The conscious mind often gives foolish ideas. The subconscious mind gives wisdom, insight, enlightenment. Go ahead, bro.
I know you're right. You're on point.
The conscious mind tells you you are stupid and you are losing the race. Oh, you're a failure. Oh, the white man winning. Oh, this and that. Da. I can't go nowhere. I can't do shit. My life is horrible. Oh, I can't go to. Yeah, that's what the conscious mind tells you. Your subconscious mind tells you you are God.
The conscious mind is the conscience mind. So it's the conning mind. That's why I try to tell people the conscious mind is the brain. The subconscious mind is the soul's brain. So the mind and the brain is two different functioning. I don't know what to call it, but data systems and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the brain is more like a terabyte, and the mind itself is more like a intelligence knowledge.
It's the head intelligence shit, period.
No, I would say it's more of an omni-intelligence.
Omni-intelligence. Yeah, I can use that.
Yeah, omni-intelligence.
Yeah. And that conscious mind is what keeps you messed up. You know, when you're low vibration, low frequency within yourself and in your body and your spirit, your mind, because what happens is now you're able to be attacked. You're allowing yourself to be in a space where something can manipulate you. And there's so many things. We talk about all this shit all the time. There's so many damn things. So when these things manipulate your mind, you're not able to control it yourself. Your subconscious is not even in control. And that's what's supposed to be controlling everything.
Yeah.
So the mind, it's a creator of stress and limiting your beliefs. Why would you want to create stress? What does stress do? It takes you closer to death, right? Then we just read that. And your emotions, when you're getting lower in nature and you're stressed, that takes you down to a low vibration, a low frequency, a low nature.
Right.
It limits your beliefs.
Yeah.
You don't even have a belief system. Like, you're just a robot. You're brainwashed.
Hey, go ahead. Keep rolling to something to go and grab some tea real quick.
Okay. Subconscious mind, and that it provides you with having decisions within the stress, and it helps to break mental barriers. When you're stressed out, you're not going to let that stuff bother you. You know what you're going to do. You're going to think through it. You're going to take time. You're going to meditate on it. You're going to have the sense to say, hold on, I'm going to take control of this situation. It's not going to control me. I am the head. I am the leader. I'm not following behind anything that's trying to control my environment at this time, because I have the power to take the control to move that and manifest what I need to work properly based off this situation. What I can't control, I won't control, and what I need to change about the situation, I will manifest that to make it better for me. It tells you you are able to provide certain decisions by doing this when you're in a calm space, when your mind is not reckless and chaotic. You can make the proper decisions. This is when you are without stress, and it helps you to break these mental barriers. What do I tell you guys all the time? Breaking down the portals. You have to do what? Break down the portals in your mind. Can we call them two different entities? Damn sure can. Shit, yeah, bro. Two different entities. Yes, the stomach is another brain. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. What you're putting into your stomach actually affects what goes on in your brain as well. The things you put in your stomach actually affects all the properties in your brain to make it operate correctly. When you're putting these things in there, it actually messes with everything that's going on with the amino acids and everything with the neurons, the electrolytes. You know, all these things are, working against you at this time. Okay. All right, let's get to it. In a conscious mind, it requires an effort and energy, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, straining, using yourself, using your power. It comes to the conscious based on the intuition. When it comes to mind, it's a servant of yours. But when it comes to the subconscious mind, it's a gift from God. It's natural. It's you. It's the self, right? You're able to use that gift from God to come to the conclusions based on your intuition. You're going to be led by self to make the proper decision, because now you didn't just jump and make a mistake and do something. I was telling a story the other day on someone's panel about how I was taking the kids to a rec center and they wanted ice cream. And some kept telling me, oh, go down Mount Hope. Then some said, no, go down over here on Monroe Avenue. You can go down the street and then you'll come right by the rec center. It's right the same direction. Why would you go way down there to Mount Hope? In my mind said, hey, I said, go down Mount Hope. I didn't do it. As soon as I went around the corner, what happened? I literally hit a man. He just ran right in front of the car. He didn't stop anything. He just came from nowhere behind some bushes at the corner. He was high on crack, but either way, he came right in front of the car, and he literally just came right through the windshield. I couldn't even stop in time enough. He just came from nowhere. But had I listened to what my mind's subconscious said, I wouldn't have been in that situation, right? So it says that the mind works on its own, and it has no initial efforts that are required. It works on its own. It's no initial efforts required. Why? Because something else is guiding it. Something else is making the decisions for it. You're not able to be in your own mind state and make those decisions. Something else you are relying on and being lazy and allowing these things to make your decisions for you. The subconscious mind requires meditation and contemplative practices to activate. Contemplative practices to activate. You need to meditate. Seek self. Find self. The conscious mind has limited powers and boundaries. It can utilize collective intelligence and bring miracles. What do I tell you? You can manifest with your mind, with your thoughts, what you imagine, what you bring out of your lips, and actually manifest with the atoms from your mouth. You bring this from the pit of your stomach, which is the brain and the operating power of your heart, and what you're actually meditating on. And these things will manifest. This is what the meditation does. It's contemplating practices to activate something that you want to manifest in your life, right? So you can then use and utilize the collective intelligence to bring these miracles. Okay? So, People are quick to judge but slow to correct their damn self. I don't know if y'all know about that, if y'all see it yourself, but I see it all the time, right? Quick to judge and slow to damn see what's going on within their damn self. I'm like, come on, get it together, get the mirror. I was telling somebody else they need to like have 5 mirrors, one all the way around them, so they ain't missing the spot. Everywhere you turn, you seeing yourself judgmental. And then in the wrong way, you're making the wrong decisions. You're saying things about people that may not be actual factual because you have your own impression. Putting your impression on someone else's, your persona, an impression, molding someone's mind, molding the thoughts in their mind to see something different. Believe it or not, the Black Ice Hockey and Sports Hall of Fame Conference was in August of 2007, and it actually commemorated these first hockey players. The sons and grandsons of runaway slaves invented the sport of ice hockey, which they started in Canada. Check out George and Beryl Fosty's book called Black Ice, guys, if you want to read that story. Son of Man. This is beautiful, right? I love this thing. Egypt. Egypt is noted as the cradle of learning the arts. Check this out. Grand monuments of which still remain. The pyramids, the most stupendous work of man, built no one knows when or for what object, are on the west side of the Nile, near the Cairo. The largest is 693 feet square at the base and 599 feet high. The Sphinx is a huge monster with the head of a man and the body of a beast. Does this look like the Sphinx that you guys see now? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even look the same, does it? Tell me about this. What do you think of that? The beast, okay? Cut in the solid rock near one of the pyramids. Formerly, only the head was visible, but the sand having been cleared away, the body is found to be 125 feet long and a temple of some high and some discovered between the legs and another one on the palm. Now, does this look like a man or a woman? I can't really tell. It says near the Cairo. Cairo where? Father, Mother, and Child, the Holy Trinity. Our story and their story. We don't read their damn story. Our story says in ancient Kemet, Egypt, which we know could have possibly been Grand Canyon. This is what I think. Was not the first, but one of the many in a long line of African societies. They say African. We know what it is. Asia. Spirituality was a righteous base, observing the principles of Mayat. The knowledge and the reverence of the Black woman as the co-creator spirit is very evident in our indigenous cultures. It's very evident in our indigenous cultures all throughout the continent and around the globe. Throughout the continent and around the entire globe. This Mother Earth right here. This is where everybody go and come from. They come from and shit and they go back to it. Soon they get old enough to know. Elephants are powerful animals, able to lift logs with their trunks and knock trees over using their heads. You might think it's strange then to find that elephants are usually kept tethered by their handlers with the length of rope or a small chain that they could easily break, since they can knock down a tree, right? Why can't they break a rope or a chain? There's a reason for that. This is because they have been conditioned. This is accomplished by trainers through the use of a heavy metal chain to tether the animals while they are still young. The elephants learn during their development that they cannot break the bonds, and they associate them with their limits and their boundaries and their freedoms. Later, when they are fully grown in an adult size and strength, they still believe their mind has the most strength, more strength than that big, powerful body that can knock down a tree, that they cannot break that bond. And so they never even tried because they just don't. Why? They probably tried a million times when they was a baby and couldn't do it. So now they know, I ain't gonna even try and waste my time and my energy. You know, they're not stupid creatures. They're like, oh, you know I can't. They don't even realize that they've grown. They're larger and, you know, they have more strength and, you know, they don't have the intelligence to know that though, right? From then on, only a rope is necessary to keep them from breaking their bonds, freeing themselves and realizing that their true strength, you do realize I am not really talking about elephants at all, right? This is the end of indoctrination. There are an infinite number of universes inside every atom of your body. Your blood. This is your blood. The power in your blood. The plasma, light, freaking energy of all that. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. It said the bones that turn to ashes are buried in caskets. Meditate means to listen to your body when hungry, eat when sleep, sleep when dirty, wash when dirty, magnify senses, magnificent. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Pay your water bill. God is water. I may sing, waterman, waterman. What's a mighty good man? Aquarius. We all are stepping into our time now. Says, and hope I ain't miss much. Yes, since we just popping these pics, you already know. Did I say slave? Was it on one of the things? Yeah, probably was. Okay, let's see. So, as you guys know, we talk about that all the time, that light plasma energy, the starlight energy that's inside of you. These are the original Australians, the original Asians. You know, y'all seen this picture many times before. The original Latin people. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the Latin people from Latin America. Here's the Filipino people. Here's the Philippines. There go the Filipino people. These are people in India, the original Indian. The original Indians here. These the American Indians. Look at them. The American Indians. The American Indians. Y'all see that, right? They was playing hockey and had that on. Oh yeah, they did, bro. It was another picture too. Yep, sure it did. They, you know, they always got to throw that crap in there, talking about the damn slave shit. We know better. We know way better than that. We vegetarians generally over here, but we still know how to chew that meat. Confederates. They just posing all nicely. Hey, take our pig. Hey, how's this? There you go. But yeah, here they go. Here they go. 1, 2 ladies. Token white. They had the token white. Look at this one. You can tell him he wasn't the shit. Holding up a flag or someplace they done conquered somebody's flag. Memorial Day was started by former so-called slaves, which is a damn lie. We know the real story. On May 1st, 1865 in Charleston, South Carolina, to honor 257 dead Union soldiers who had been buried in a mass grave in the Confederate prison camp. They dug up the bodies and worked for 2 weeks to give something. I don't know. I cut the rest of it off. This was from something I had on Facebook. Oh, don't get mad. Oh. I told y'all these random pictures. These random pictures, y'all. Whoop, anybody get mad, don't get mad. I can't help it. Ain't my pick. This is what Labor Day is about. Stealing from us. Labor. The labor. It was labor, not slavery. Labor. Just like now, labor shit. We're in the worst slavery now. 8 hours a damn day, 40 hours a week. The Black Holocaust in America. This was the bloodiest race riot in America's history in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We showed the video the other day. June 1st, 1921, less than 12 hours 3,000 Americans, African Americans, they call them, which we call them indigenous people, died in 36 block area known as Black Wall Street. 600 successful businesses were destroyed, bombed, and from the air and burned to the ground. I don't know we talked about that same time. This is how evil these people is. This is like, look at them. Perverts, pedophiles. They went over in South, this is in South America. This is what they was doing. Look at these animals. Look at these freaking freaks. They smiling. Ooh, look, this is a little 12-year-old girl. I think I got this in the show what they happened with them. This all these Moors. These are African Moors. They beheaded. I think this was the French. Yeah, the French in 1912. The African Moors, they beheaded. Then they put their heads on the rocks and shit. They took pictures of them, made a stamp out of that shit. Is you serious? Look at these freaky animals. Look. Algerian man with his nose and ears snipped off. They snipped off his ears and his nose. They took turns. Yeah, this was them molesting a young Algerian girl, and they raped her. That was the other picture I was showing you, or whatever. These people, they had men. They cut their heads off, and they cut their genitals and put them in their mouth. This is blacked out. Y'all can't see it, but that's what's in their mouth. Their genitals. These were the real Egyptians. This is what they look like. They call them Egyptians, but I call them the Israelites. In 1890, the U.S. government shot and killed over 290 unarmed Indians at a school, including 200 women and children. How quickly they forget. This is when they had so many of them in the school. They were, training them to do whatever. They gave up their guns, remember. This is from the funeral of the supposed Harriet Tubman. That's a story I don't really want to get into now, but I don't know how much I believe in the real Harriet Tubman story, guys, but that's something else. It says that she died of pneumonia on March the 10th of 1913. Before her death, she told friends and family surrounding her deathbed that I go to prepare a place for you. Now, I don't know how she preparing a place for them if she on her deathbed and about to die, but either way. Tubman was buried with military honors. And now, why was she buried with military honors? This is a question. She was buried with military honors in Auburn's Fort Hill Cemetery with Ramona Jackson and Bruce Alston. Now, why was she in military cemetery with honors, buried with honors? She worked for the government. So that's the story I don't want to get into. But yeah, see, look at all these dignitaries and all these people there. Mm-hmm. I think that rather strange. If you don't crown him, pick him up, value him. Who else will? You already know what Becky gonna do. I showed y'all the picture. All he gotta do is lay on his stomach and get bitched out. I'm sorry, excuse my mouth, y'all, but lay there, let her suck him from the back. Build your king up. Make their because there are hidden battles that he fights. Don't become another battle with that. But men, you have to do the same thing with your women. It's vice versa. It ain't just for kissing y'all ass and making sure y'all feeling good. Y'all better make sure I'm right and I'm in the mood to do all that. What? Yeah. Anytime you start a sentence with I am, you are creating what you are and what you want to be. You say, oh, I'm tired, I'm angry, I'm sick, I'm stupid, I'm full, I'm this, whatever. You're creating that. Just know that. These are Hawaiian and Indian women. They used to hide from them people. That's how they were able to attack them too. They would look and blend in with the trees. They didn't even know where these people were coming from. Look they ass. What that tell me? God has given us Adolf Hitler. God gave him Adolf Hitler. They formed his ass. He's a damn idiot. And he was an actor. That shit was all some nonsense. Y'all seen that. We showed y'all the picture of Adolf Hitler. That video. We had the old film documentary. And it showed you what? It showed you that Adolf Hitler killed all the same people that had the same things. Him talking about, oh, the blonde hair, blue eyed, this, that, that. You're a liar. Everybody you killed was they had black hair, just like him. I ain't seen that one blonde hair. I ain't seen that one blonde hair. Everything that we have, they take it. Don't this look like a sister standing here? The compass, the ruler. These people, something else. Yes, we can be part of that. We part of everything that is natural, organic. Yep. Right. They believe the woman beneath them. Any man that think the woman is beneath him, something is definitely wrong with him. Like, come on. Get it together, guys. Get your mind right. Get your mind right. I told y'all these pictures is like so random. I got like everything. Dehumanization, DHZ, the process of taking away all human qualities of the victim and reducing the victim in subhuman levels in the eyes of the perpetrator and the victim. Dehumanization is the consistent component of genocide against our people. Hegelian dialectic, the synthetic solution to those conflicts can't be introduced unless those being manipulated take a side that will advance them, predetermined in the agenda. A controlled opposition is a protest movement that is actually being led by the government agents. Nearly all governments in history have employed this technique to trick and subdue their adversary. Notably, Vladimir Lenin, who said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. They ass broke down. Now y'all know this shit is bust down. It's a wrap now. The protocols of the learned elders of Zion. I don't think I want to get into all that. I don't feel like reading all that. I don't want to read this video. If I'm gonna play this video, is this? I think this is the video. I'm gonna play. Hold on. Second clip, guys. Hold on. Nope, I skipped past it. I think I did. They literally had no idea what they were actually saying and described it as best as they could. Europe and Asia. Hold on, let me see. What is it? No, it wasn't the video. The video didn't come up yet. Okay. Even the name Mystery Babylon is deeply symbolic. It's a mystery. Ancient Babylon was constructed by people that came from all parts of the ancient world. Animals. This them taking people back and forth. I wish I could zoom in on this. Some of these pictures when they're on certain things. Egyptian artifacts found across North America, from the Algonquin writers on the East Coast to the artifacts and the Egyptian place and names in the Grand Canyon. What did I tell y'all? The Grand Canyon are all signs of an early arrival in the Americas by the Africans. They came to the Americas, not vice versa. Before Columbus, Native American religions featured prominent figures of deities with dark skin and very coarse hair. Wall paintings in South America, caves depict the ancient Egyptian opening of the mouth and cross libation rituals. At least a dozen explorers, such as Konstantin Riffinsky, I believe, made record of seeing blacks. We know that's Aboriginal, Indigenous Indians, when he reached the New World. The oldest inhabitants of Mexico were Aboriginals. The existence of Aboriginals and giants is commonly believed by nearly all the races of our cell, and in their various languages, they had words to designate them. So I don't care where they sell to, these people, all the indigenous people spoke about stories of giants, period. You know, that's oh, I want to flex that. So when it comes to this, when you guys hear about the intercontinental trade, the trade they're talking about, when they try to say, oh, the slave trade, it wasn't a slave trade, it was a trade of properties, goods, you know, they were shipping things back and forth. It was a trade when they shipped these all these people over into the Americas. Remember when we went over that, there were like thousands and thousands and thousands. After expanding trade to the Americas, they expanded the trade. African native cotton soon spread all across North America. What did I tell y'all? The trade was the cotton. And they were, yes, of course, people were using that. That was their labor. They was getting their money for that. After the Civil War, blacks in Atlanta began to accumulate wealth and became successful in politics and advanced in social class. We just watched that. We watched it on 2 videos last week showing the same thing. They always try to suppress us, hold us down, blah, 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 this and that, same thing here and there, shit, nothing changed. You know, but we have to be the ones to change it. Nothing has changed, but we're in a position now because we know better. We can do something. I don't know if this video is trying to put the internet, but I'm gonna wait a second. Okay, envious as blacks, They use the black business to do things, loot the community. We know that. They walking away. Look, we seen the video. Remember the video we watched? They were showing how they were marching them down the street like they had did something like animals and shit. Like that was crazy. I hope this video come up. This video I've seen it in a while. This in Rosewood, they did the same thing they did. But then we know they, envious of their success. They used rumors of rape of a white woman. Remember we talked about this the other day. I told y'all they always talking about this white woman and this black man, this black man, this white woman, this white woman, this black man. They always saying that trying to make it like our young black men are so strung out over wanting to lay or sleep with one of these white women. They just want them so bad they just have to rape them. They'll risk everything so they can rape this one white woman and have sex with her. It's worth his life going to jail. What's going to happen to him if he touches one of these white women? He's still any damn body. Never will. On hit 3 hours. I have to go in a minute. I'm about to get out here, y'all. I'm gonna show a few more. I think this might be one of the videos I'm gonna do hour earlier. I'm not sure. It's just the internet is acting up or what, brother? Or you still stepped away? Yeah, it was in America, but then they brought the African cotton too. You know, they have Egyptian cotton. You know they have Egyptian cotton, babe. African cotton, you know. Okay, I wish this video come if I could wait for y'all to see it. Then it happened in St. Louis. Look, burnt they shit up too. Did the same thing. Look at them. Look at this. Look at this. Of course, how they gonna defend themselves against all these people? They were shipping people in. Remember, we was showing. I showed y'all how they were shipping people in by the thousands, by the thousands, by the thousands. That half of these people they have as laborers, so they could rebuild over our shit. They said, "Come on, y'all gonna get this land." They came over. They had them as laborers. You know, they worked. I showed y'all last week how they. A lot of people even died. You know, they had them working on these big old cranes. They didn't even have proper equipment, nothing. Just working them like animals. Brought them dummies over here. It had them as indentured servants. A lot of them. Then some of them they had them over here, and they were you know, policing them and using them as soldiers. And they came through the towns. They came through all the town, bombing the town. Remember the lady on the video said they dropped gas bombs all that through the town in the plains. So they had all these different countries coming in, and they were dropping the bombs on everything. It was World War freaking 2, 3, whatever, on all of the black neighborhoods, because all the black indigenous people had all these properties, the land and everything. So they bombed and killed all our people up all over. So when you hear about this, oh, Black Wall Street, oh, this Rosewood, shit, that was every damn city, every town. They killed all our people, burnt them up. You see how the towns looked. I showed y'all the videos all the last 2 weeks. They tore all the towns up, burnt them up, all this other shit. Once they burnt them up, they had these people come in. They excavated all over the lands. I keep telling y'all, they keep excavating, building over our shit. They came and knocked all that stuff down, everything they burnt out, and they rebuilt over each and every town, each and every city. Come on, y'all. We've been seeing the timelines. I'm waiting on this video to come up. Yeah, I think the internet's acting still finished. A couple more before we get out of here, because I got a couple of good ones in here too. Yeah, Maurice, you know that's what they did. Tell me they ain't what they did, bro. Come on now. That's what they did. That's what they did. Built over our shit like we wasn't nothing. Brought all these people from all these different countries, everything they built over, mass termination. Yes, bro. Everything we built over, they excavated our shit, built over it, put new grass, new dirt over it. They had our people, some of the people probably still alive. They burnt, just think about that. Remember, we had people in the underground tunnels. Remember, when I showed y'all last week, all the underground tunnels, they had stores and everything under those tunnels under there, right? So they, you know, them people living over there. So shit, imagine the people that was underground in the tunnel. They minding their business, they doing whatever they do. Some people living down there, and then next thing they know, they're hearing shit getting blowed up over them. They can't even escape. Jealous animals, exactly. They had nowhere to go. Where were they gonna run to? Were they gonna come outside where everything getting blowed up at? No. Children have forced to have sex to procreate. Look at these animals. This is what I said. This is what they do. See, what I read earlier to y'all, and I showed y'all how they tried to misrepresent our aunt. They actually had this place over here where they advertise openly that they offer sex with animals, and it's not against the law. The cost of the client varies from $500 to $1,000. This is what they do. Now, you got to open your pineal gland. They call them your temple for a reason, up in your head for a reason, because they are the house within your God temple. A simple reason for the black prophet's trespasser, the person entering someone's land or property without permission. Radicalization is the action or the process of causing someone to adopt radical positions or political or social issues. Wow, isn't that us? Terrorism, the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Everything they did. Who's a criminal? Who's a criminal around here? When they always talking about these thugs and gangsters and this and that, da. Who the damn criminals around here? Shit. Gentrification. Yes. Kind of like Cain. Yes, like Barbarian. Conan the Barbarian. I remember Conan the Barbarian. These animals, fucking beast. Talking about beast of the damn field. This is some aboriginals from here. somewhere in South America. I can't remember exactly where. Shared this post so long ago. This was from 5 years ago. This was from 2017, but yeah. Another one of our, he was from New Orleans. I want you guys to look at this. Most of these people you looking at on this thing, about they gone though. You know, they ain't even got air, breath to breathe right this minute. Trust and believe in. Mm. Wow. Somebody just texted me something about Harriet Tubman. It said Tubman, I'm not going to say their relations, just to put them out there. She said her theory about the family is from overseas. She was from overseas. Check this out. I ain't gonna mention this person's name, but she says her son is related to the Harriet. Listen to this. She said her family is from overseas. She spoke Dutch, which the army used her to track down the Indians in the South, or even made the civilized nations submit to governments. Listen to this shit. Hold on, sis. Need more time. Sis, appreciate you, sis. Yeah, get back to me with that, sis. Get back to me with the. I ain't gonna say too much. Yes. I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'll be at y'all as soon as I get the proper. Yeah. Okay. Either way, so none of them. Look at this shit. And bro said invasion of the body sack snatchers. Talk about that shit. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to close this balcony door. It's getting a little chilly. I'll be right with you guys. Okay. Ooh, at nighttime it be freezing. It get really chilly. Okay, so yeah, crazy, right? What do you guys think of that? Yeah, these freaking actors and fake ass portrayers of everything that's look at this look crazy. This proves that Aztecs were black people, Aboriginal, indigenous, whatever. Montezuma was a man of middling size, thin, and like all Indians, of a very dark complexion. He wore his hair long and had no more than 6 bristles on his chin, black and about an inch long. He was an amiable, though severe disposition. He was affable, well-spoken, and gracious. They say we didn't speak the language, though. We were savages, right? Which made him respected and feared. Montezuma means a furious and a solemn man. The Mexicans add the suffix to this, what was given. So these were the original, he was an original Aztec Indian. Bro, you told me something about the Aztec before. Is you there? So he might have stepped away doing something way different. And I want him to speak on this right now, so I'm gonna have to wait to come back on. But y'all know I always talk about the photosynthesis and the plants in our body and how we're connected to the same thing. They pick up from the sun. We do the same thing with sun gazing and stuff like that. So, you're taking in these plants, these things actually help to rejuvenate your body and replenish your cells, so on and so forth. Just like when you're grounding and sun gazing and meditating, when you're fasting and things of that nature. When is an Indian not an Indian? It's when he is a Negro. These are West Indian people. Indi in dark skin means Indian. These are West Indian people. What she look like? She look like my auntie. This is an American Indian. What they call an American Indian. What would we call this? We call this a mestizo. Mestizo. Okay. Columbus was not entirely wrong in calling these people Indians. The true meaning of the word Indian is Indi, meaning black, and an Indi, ink, Hindu, and Indio, the darkest color of the color. So that's all the Indian means. Indi. That's why we're known. And this is the birthing chair I had to get rid of. First leader of the Native American Party was Louis Charles Levin. In 1845 to 1860, the term Native American referred to a pale European people. Native American, a pale European people with a relatively established history in the United States. Established, brought into, which means relatively established, brought into the history of the United States of the Americas, as opposed to recent immigrants. They held a nativist point of view. Ironically, it did not refer to the actual first humans who settled the land. Of course, that was us. Shit, look at it. Look at all that was here before them. Look at everything that was here before them. Y'all see all that beauty? What they talking about? What they talking about? Different surrogates, bro. So they got different surrogates. That's a true invasion of the body snatchers, right? That was some crazy shit, right? When the Caucasian got here, they got, hold on. When they were, I heard that our people spoke, they said that we spoke beautiful language. It was almost like music to their, by speaking to the angels in heaven. That's how well we spoke. I bet. I bet. You already know. Fluent in everything we do, the perfect vocal cords, right? They never heard of organic speaking, I would assume. Okay, here goes some more of these Inca, the Black Mexicans, Ten Atambalayapa, whatever that is. The second tribe of Tecanica are natives of the southern eastern portion of Fugia. According to Fitzroy, who stated that they are low in stature, little people, ill-looking because they was probably small, and badly proportioned, probably at the fat little bellies. That their color is that of old mahogany, you know what that is, that pretty-ass brown wood, or rather between dark copper and bronze and dark copper. And that their rough, coarse, and extremely dirty black hair, coarse hair, of course, that's that 9 ether, you already know. Their half hides, and yet their heightens a villainous expression of the worst description of savage features is what they would call it, obviously. And what we say, not today, colonizer, with your lying ass. Okay, the bristlecone pine tree, guys, is one of the oldest trees in the world. The trees are very significant to us. I told you guys they hold a lot of power. They used to hold so much of our connection to everything, and to a lot of stuff was disseminated, right? The oldest tree in the world is not always easy to date a living tree, but most experts agree that the bristlecone pine tree, the Pinus longiva in California's White Mountain Ridge, is nicknamed Methuselah. They believe it to be almost 5,000 years old, 4,700 years old. Isn't that awesome? In an indication that some of these expeditions from Polynesia reached the American continent, we may refer to the banana, a plant that's certainly a native of the old world and also widely distributed in the pre-Spanish America. Balboa found on his first expedition across the Itsumi Panama A tribe of dark-skinned, heavily tattooed people with frizzled hair. What that tell you? Frizzled, that ain't either. That give it away every time, right? With various historians have described as Negroes. Duh. Following a statement to the effect by Peter Martyr, there is a region not past 2 days of irony distant from Curacao, in which they found only black Moors, and those exceeding fierce and cruel. Much detailed account of these people makes it apparent that they were not Negroes. They weren't Negroes, but they were Moors, black Moors. Black Moors and Negroes are two different things. They said that they were not Negroes, they were black Moors. Peter's statement is in the nature of a casual report echoed from secondhand information that the narrative was drawn up on the isthmus when he arrived. So black Moors in 1908 and Negroes were not the same people.
Facts.
Facts. You got something to say on that, bro? Let me take a breath. Shit, my mouth out dry. I need to get another.
Well, what the Moors don't want to claim and what's evidence, and what the Moorish Americans don't want to take regard to, is that the only reason they're here, and if they are bloodline Moor, that they are the Spanish conquistadors. So when you look at the conquistadors, the Spanish conquistadors brought 7 to 8 different nations of peoples with them to raid America and to oversaturate our lands with these foreigners.
Yep. Because they needed their ass. Once they tore our shit down and burnt our shit down, they helped them. They had their ass come over here and help. Hey, come on, help us. We about to bomb this, tear this shit up. And y'all can get over here. Y'all gonna get this land. All you gotta do is work this off by doing this. Your family can come over. Y'all gonna have property. Man, it's the biggest con in the freaking century, world ever. Between 1826 and 1836, the examination of the southern shores of South America. It says, of the white man, this is just a portion of one of these pages, guys. Of a white man, the color is a rich reddish brown. This was something else previous. I shouldn't even start there. Their color is a rich reddish brown, between that of a rusty iron and clean copper, rather darker than copper, yet not so dark as good old mahogany. Here go mahogany again. But every shade of color between that just mentioned and the lighter hue of a copper kettle may be seen among individuals of various ages, excepting among old or sickly people. I did not notice a tinge of yellow. Some of the women are lighter colored, about the tint of pale copper, but none are fair. None are fair. None are fair. None are fair, according to our ideas. Just know. Carol, didn't you say something about Carol or Carol, Bree? Did you? Bree, bro, did you mention this to me the other day or say something? We was on the live or something about Corral or no? Was that somebody else?
The Kanawha people.
The Kanawha.
Yeah, the Kanawha that makes the canals of today. The Kanawha people.
This wouldn't be the same thing. This has nothing to do with that thing. It says this is the sacred city of Caro Supe, located in the Barranca province in northern Lima.
Yeah.
That is it. Okay,
Yep,
I was thinking, I'm like, for some reason it sounds different from what you're saying, but it is the same thing. Right?
Look, all they did was took the N away and put an R there.
Okay, that's why. I'm looking like I know that name has got to be it. That because so because it says it's in northern Lima. Okay, and look at it. You know that shit
also, that was also an ancient mound building nation as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's why most of the canals of today are ancient.
Oh, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying that's why most of the canals, the major canals, are ancient. They didn't started creating new dams and shit, but canals are older than dams.
Mm-hmm. Right, you were saying something about them canals before too. I can't remember everything that was talked about, but I do remember being a part of that. Here goes. It said it was a 500. I'm sorry, a 500 million, not thousand, a 500 million year old human footprint fossil that baffled the scientists. Why y'all baffled? This was in Utah. They found this in 1968. They go 1968 again.
Look, hey, they said they found that in Utah, right?
Yep,
That
in
right
Utah,
there, right?
bro. Where we just saw the skeletons and shit too.
Hey,
But go
people,
ahead.
though, people. Now, you know the copper colored, ruddy, cinnamon, red, rusty colored people. Our birthplace pretty much stems right out of the Mississippian Valley. And so when you look at Naniwaya, the mother mound, that's saying right there 500 million years ago. So just imagine how everything was spread it out going out of the Mississippian territory. So that's not lying.
Yep. Ain't lying,
That's
bro.
yeah, that's not lying.
Point on facts. On facts, on facts, on facts. We on the facts, y'all. We on it. Reporting here, right here. Sister Soul Main Radio. No, let me stop. I ain't on the radio. I'm just tripping. That was funny to me. Okay, this says this 290 million year old human footprints has experts baffled in New Mexico. Look like a fossil, right? That thing looked like a stone.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
here we
once
go. Some
again,
pyramids.
listen though, you see how that go back to that footprint. That's in reverse. That's not internal. That's external footprint. So that's on stone, and that's external, as if when they stepped on that, it was so hot that it bubbled up.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
That's not going in.
I was wondering. I didn't think.
Yeah, that's coming out of the. That's bubbling out of the stone. Yeah.
So this is burnt. It had to been like burnt to a very, because look how it looked fossil. Like I can't explain it. Looked like semen almost, right?
Well, it just looked like petrified as hot stone.
Yeah. Look crazy. And they said it got him baffled. I'd be baffled too, because I'm still baffled, even though it do look like that, but it's like, damn, how the hell? Where how did it get like that? And look here where it was burnt, so it was like smooth almost. At the sole, bottom part of it. Pyramid facts, guys. The Corral has the distinction of being the oldest known city in the Americas, right? The Corral. What did I say? The Corral. In the Americas, and one of the oldest in the world, right? In the Americas, one of the oldest in the world, in the Americas. The Corral pyramids were built approximately 5,000 years ago. They predate any of the Egyptian pyramids by around 100 years, and the Inca pyramids by an impressive 4,000 years. It's in America. Another of the largest pyramids. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I was saying that, like, let's stay away from that Corral, because that's some Johnny Nubian.
That's some new word shit.
Yeah, let's stay with the canal. We know that R is an N.
Okay. And that's the way I said it first. That's the way it looked to me. The largest pyramid in the world is actually in North America. Huh? We definitely would have guessed it was Egypt. Nah, not us. We too smart over here. This is in Pueblo, Mexico. This pyramid is named the Cholula.
Cholula.
I ain't gonna get into this. This is a story talking about this elephant. The white elephant, not an elephant, an oliphant. It was one of the weird creatures. Remember on those old pictures we were looking at in America, and it was showing all those different animals that used to be here. Now this was like 1700s, 1700 area or something, 1800s, late 17, early 1800s. So they were advertising This was when they were having all these people coming over. They were having people come in and they were trading different things, bringing these freaking animals and stuff. Remember, they started bringing all the animals and trading them, and people coming over with the animals. Then they start getting all the disease and sicknesses and all that shit going on. Remember, we read that way back in the earlier books. Okay, so after that time, this is when they were doing this, trading all these animals, having all these circus freaks and all this stuff going on. And this was one of those weird animals. I'm going to read part of the article. It says the White Elephant Inn and at other sites around the city where it enticed viewers to come and see. The striking black and white woodcut of the unusual looking tapper. It attracts the eye so that even though those who were not fluent readers might stop, look, and even go in. And text followers would broad invasion to all gentlemen, ladies, burghers, merchants, and furthermore to all lovers of animals to come and see this rarity, which many writers say does not exist anywhere in the world except there in America, obviously. It had been captured and with great difficulty and cost in the river Euphrates in America.
Hold on. It was caught in the river Euphrates.
The river Euphrates. Didn't you just mention that?
Like the old, hold on, like the Old Testament.
There's no Euphrates in the Old Testament.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Check this out. Somebody said they was related to Pocahontas. This says that I don't know about the Pocahontas that was down in the South, but the Pocahontas from the island I was raised on was one of our own. Princess Pocahontas Pharaoh. Princess Pocahontas Pharaoh, also known as Miss Pokey. That's cute. Miss Pokey, Miss Pocahontas. Miss Pokey in 1878 to 1963, Montucket tribe, one of the largest of the 13 tribes of Pumanak, the land which pays tribute, Powman, now known today as Long Island, New York. She was the queen of Long Island, New York. Princess.
That was old dirty bastard people.
Look at her.
She was like some old dirty bastard. Then was some kin to her, like to this day. RZA, Jizza, some of them cats in Wu-Tang. That's their cousin.
Wow. She looked like she ain't play. She like don't play. Look at these people. I want you to see what people look like. You see people like this, run. They might smell your damn blood and have you attacked.
Or their breath might smell like your dog breath.
Oh my God! I'm telling you, these people drink blood. Look at them. Look at these people here. When you see this, no, just no. Look at this. I'm finna show y'all some more freaky pictures. I forgot these was in here too. Look at this. Who that man? There you go again. We read about him the other day. Somebody was like, Vladimir Putin. Yep, Putin. He been around since shit. He keep reinventing his damn self. Granddaddy, great-great-granddaddy, shit. I don't know. They all keep ruling. And they all be looking the damn same. These people all look the same. Coming out of freaking incubators. Oh, shit. Even these. All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
But that's a good look like right there though. He don't even look he don't look totally like Eddie Murphy, but they do look similar as hell.
Does like them with a little what they have where you can change your features. It's a surgeries you can have. It's certain surgeries you can have alterations on your face and stuff like that. Some of these people, they look, these two, I know what you're saying, like these two, they look alike, but they look a little different. But I don't know.
The
I just
thing
thought
is,
that similar, very similar. Pope
no,
Gregory,
the thing is,
the ninth.
we're in a multi-level universe. So if it's one, it's two. If it's two, it's three or four. So it's more than you. It's three or four of you that exist right
Right.
now. I
That's
actually
true.
met one of mine. I actually met one of my actual solar twins, as you would call it. And my solar twin is my cousin, but he's albino and it's crazy because he's not an albino. He's like real high yellow, but he has like burnt brown orange hair. His eyebrows burnt brown. But he looks just like me. His sister looks just like my first cousin, my mom's brother daughter. It's crazy. But we all have.
It is.
Remember that movie?
He said it is in the Euphrates. It's in Jeremiah 13:7. Dang.
Mm-hmm. Like what was up? Damn that what you just posted fucked me up. But no, like that movie, The One, with Jet Li in it. Remember Jet Li he knew that he had twins that exist in his realm, and he was killing all his twins in order to gain power.
Right. Yep. Get rid of them. Now you get all that energy in you.
Yep, and just you.
I see y'all. Peace, everybody. Peace. Yeah, we just tripping. We flipping through some. I got like a random album, y'all. So we all over with these pics. He looked just like him, right? Didn't he look just like him to me? I swear that was crazy. Yeah, that was a good movie. I ain't gonna lie. I watched the movie maybe twice, and I'm not even a big movie person, but I like the action. I like
Which one,
action in
Harlem
there.
Night?
There was some good action. The one you was just talking about, with Jet Li.
Oh yeah, The One is the shit, man.
This one right here tripped me out too. Look. I mean, I'm just saying, and they the same size.
And they both midget.
They showing all these people coming from here, going all over, leaving, going all over. Who this look like? This look like her. It look like her. It don't look like you. It look like her. It don't look like you.
Look, they added a third picture. Why is you in there? Hey, Tallytail.
Oh, exactly.
Tallytail.
There you go, another one. This random, but maybe if you did some reflecting as much as you do deflecting, you'd actually get somewhere in your personal growth while you're worried about somebody else. That's for somebody. I don't know. Just random. And the river went out of Eden to the water of the garden, and from hence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison. Then you just say something about Pison. That it is which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. And there is bdellium and the onyx stone. All that stuff is where y'all think that was at? Anytime I nowhere but here. From Cairo and below, the Memphis Bulletin says it was expected. Cairo, thank you. Major General Smith would issue an order on the 17th abolishing the post and defenses on Memphis. General Force is running sawmills in Mississippi. Cairo, September the 10th, 400 bales of cotton passed for St. Louis today. The New Orleans Delta learns that President Johnson has appointed J. Madison Wells provision governor of Louisiana and given him the same authority as vested in Governor Sharkey. The Delta thinks members of the state convention can be elected in 30 years and that the election for the members of the legislature, Congress, and state of the officers can take place before November in hopes of the new senators will be set to Washington in time for the meeting in Congress. This was like when they were setting up everything with America. I don't know why I had that in there, but either way. And that's in there again.
Hold on, go back.
Like,
Hell no. How you gonna jump over that? Right there.
I thought that
Now,
was a double. Oh no, there's something else. Okay, go ahead.
hold on. Number 14. In the name of the third river in Hindikel, that is which the goeth towards the ether Assyria, in the fourth river is Euphrates.
They go to Euphrates. And the Lord took the man and put him into the garden Eden and dressed it, and to keep it, said, come take care of this.
So could Arkansas be Assyria? Or is it Arizona? Somebody in the chat look. Hold on, somebody in the chat look up Euphrates in America, Euphrates River in America, and see which state it's in.
Let me check on my chat. What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Let me see what y'all talking about. I think I've read most of these already. I don't want y'all to think I'm skipping over y'all or what y'all may be saying, because y'all definitely be dropping jewels and everything as well. They even tell this that they even tell the tale of them having tails. Say it, sis. The telltales. Your tattletales.
That's where that come from.
The tattletales, bro.
Yeah, because the tattle is how they waggle. You a waggle tail.
So this is talking about this meeting with the queen. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole thing. Let me see. This is saying, Why did I want to read this? Man, I wish the people in the press in England, Okay, we're going to read all that. This is too much. I don't feel like it. The railroad lines. The tokens are split within the new railroad. Talking about the new railroad. This was in the 1800s. Parts of the great through routes, while sections long unvisited by railroad men, or in which the traces of the ancient preliminary survey. So it shows that proving that it was they know it was a ancient railroad before they came, after they tore shit up and messed stuff up. Yeah, history of the lines and the compared to within the 15 years. So yeah, we'll talk about that another time. So the beach giant skull unearthed by WPA workers near Victoria. The largest ever found in the world. Normal head also found. Giant skull believed to be possibly the largest in the world. The human skull shown on the right was recently unearthed in Victoria County by Texas University anthropologists. The other two are of normal size, big ass human giant skulls, but this one is way larger, as y'all can see. Big ass damn head.
Man, hold on.
This is about
now that right there is gonna have a lot to do with tomorrow build. You go back to them skulls. Yep.
Y'all get ready. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, right here and on themainradio.com. Me and the brother will be doing part 2 of Law and the Land. Go ahead, bro.
Now we're gonna learn tomorrow how this ancient style of polygamy, brick building, the megaliths being put together, all of this. Yeah, we had an alliance with these giants. And that's why you got the megaliths and all of that to this day that can't be destroyed by man, because they was built by giants. They was built by the seeds of the fallen, or what you call Nephilim in the Old Testament, but tomorrow it'll be displayed, you know what I'm saying? So if people want to pay attention to this build tomorrow, law and land and law, it's gonna go crazy.
Thanks, James. I appreciate you, bro. You already know you always give me the most positive Support. Most of y'all do. All my chat. That's why I be like, I love my chat. My chat be everything all the time. James always be having my back, so give me some encouragement when it comes to stuff. That's my boy. It says pseudo sources.
Somebody with a name like Kemet would say pseudo sources because the word Kemet ain't even spelt like that. The word Kemet is spelled KMT. Stop it. Yeah, it's spelled KMT. It ain't even spelt like that. So that's just funny how jokers be joking. But you know, we're gonna go ahead and keep going.
So girls, they keep going. So pride in trucks whiteness. I think I talked to you guys about it. It's been a couple of months ago. I hope somebody remembered. But I was telling y'all about how out here, like especially like in Texas, when I moved there, I'm like, dang, them and these big ass trucks, man. They be having these big trucks, big ass wheels. And then I had ran into some information on why they, you know, they do this. They feel, and when you see them with them, when they riding with them Confederate flags, thinking they doing something with these big trucks and all this shit. Check this out. It says, pride in the trucks, the whiteness, the monstrous trucks is the symbolic vanguard of the white army. The conveyance which most powerfully represents the potential and future of the white race, said the hooded and helmeted Klansman Lou Pickett. So this is back around the time, like I think this was like 1919, somewhere around there. Driving on the monstrous truck, big Aryan foot, to demonstrate this, I shall drive my superior Ford truck over the top of such inferior mud person. What you say, bro? Did you say hold on? Because you heard that I can stop right here where it say the mud person. They got the damn nerve. You hear this shit, right? Go ahead. Were you saying something?
Oh no, no, I was just listening to what you were saying.
Okay. So I'm gonna read this part again. To demonstrate this, I shall drive my superior Ford truck over the top of such inferior mud person vehicles as a wagon, a wheelbarrow, a Model T, jalopy, a horse cart, and a horse, crushing them beyond recognition. So what that tell y'all that buggy and horse shit did? They was running people over in the streets and shit with them horse and buggies. This is what they represent when they be having these big ass what do you call it? Monster trucks and shit. You know how they be telling y'all, oh, the monster truck. Then people be like, oh, I'm gonna take my kid to see the big truck. Don't go support none of that shit because this is what they represent and it's telling you right here.
But sis, you got to think of they made that up for themselves because big trucks existed back before Henry Ford started Henry Ford.
Right. But it said though, it said wagons too though. It was talking about
right. Listen though, what I'm saying.
When the trucks came out though, it represented that after is what I'm saying. It said right here.
Right. In 1990, sis, I had monster trucks in 1990. And you know, I was a teenager. So if that came out in 1990, hold on, sis.
No, this wasn't 19.
Hold on.
Earlier.
What I'm saying is they claim everything and put a tag on it. Monster trucks existed before 1900. What I'm saying. We built trucks. Where do you think all the tanks and all of that come out of? All of the Hummer, the Jeep, all of those were what? Army vehicles. We already had that. We already had electric vehicles before the paleface started really getting here. So you got to remember, everything existed once, just like they took the Confederate flag. That's the Chickahominy flag. Ain't they shit? So everything they could possibly do, they got to reverse it because they don't want us to have no power. But I understand what you're saying, that what they're trying to tell their people to believe, yeah, you know what, we drive monster trucks so we can run over the nigger.
Yep. Replace the horses with the truck. That's why they say what they say says horsepower. The car got that Ford truck built for a horsepower. Amber Alert as you speak. They have them every time, bro. I swear, I'm surprised the phone ain't went off, especially it being the weekend. They always got these Amber Alert.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. I just looked in the chat. This dude, Kim at TV, is a retard. Like, I just told him your name is spelled wrong. Anyway, you made up your spelling. And then on top of that, he talking about the Africans came to America and built megaliths. And why didn't they do that there? And then there's no megaliths made out of polygamy that the Africans built. Because if that's the case, then they wouldn't still be riding on dirt roads downtown. On top of that, they'll be having a fucking trend that's being cultivated into America. Why is that? So first of all, let's get this straight. America colonized Africa, nigga. Second of all, America is still cultivating and feeding Africa, nigga. So as far as you being an African over here in a Aboriginal, Indigenous, American, Indian community trying to talk Kemet talk, you sound dumb, bro. Go ahead, sis.
Period. This here is showing when these idiots, the Rothschilds, okay, let's just read it real quick. Billionaires buy the U.S. from the millionaires. The billionaires bought the U.S. from the millionaires. The future of the nation is yet in wealthier hands. Not only do millionaires own it, now the billionaires, they're going to be doing way much more. They knew that shit then. Rich will regulate the government and the citizenry. How? Gunpowder, powder, Baron, Thomas Coleman, DuPont. I was going to play you guys a video on that the other day. We've gotten so late now and been on here so long. I'm going to have to stop this because this thing has, this probably half the album. I want to see a few more. We've been going for quite a time and I don't want this video to be too long. Wealth is currently inestimable by any known science or epitry. Concurred, I shall endeavor to live in peace and harmony with my fellow rich men and to not come into conflict with them, but with the working class or women only, that from America we may continue to reap a richer harvest and dictate its policies to guarantee a profitable future for our billionaire children, is what he said. After he said he bought this shit. Yeah, that's what it said. 97,039 persons were brought to the U.S. by a Navy vessel in January. This is more proof. We read already all the stock and the trade and this last week when we went over everything in that bulletin that was posted in the United States Post Office that came from the UN. Remember that information, guys. We went over. It showed us everything and everybody. This shit right here showing even more.
No, I just wanted to say bye to the dumbass nigga that was trying to disturb our build. You know, I had to stand down real quick and go and wipe him out.
Oh, he still was going in, Lord. Why?
He's an idiot. This is the problem with these panheads, man. Like, you got to call them a panhead because they bump their head, you know. Like, when you go to somebody else's community and just start blabbering about nothing and old information that been decoded, you look suspect, you look stupid, and you turn out to be stupid. So I had to get rid of stupid because we don't allow stupid in our community. Go ahead.
Yes. No stupid. Okay, so there was 12,192 carried by cruisers, 7,528 by battleship that the reports showed, and this was just a small percentage. This is a very, very small percentage. You know, we went over how many of them it was, y'all. It was so many. They even listed the people's names and all that. Most of these people that came, these were the ones, right, that were setting up and dropping the bombs and invading the cities and blowing up and burning up all our people's stuff. These are the people they brought in, all them 100,000 of damn people to start destroying our stuff so they could rebuild and make it theirs with their cheap, raggedy shit. They paid for the Holland soldiers after discharge from the army. After they had these people come over and destroy everything, when they got discharged, they still paid them even more because they came into a discharge. They was bringing all this nasty shit over, milk, pork, exported, licensed to France, now freely granted. They were doing all this trading, bringing in all this stuff we didn't even eat.
Poison.
Poison. This is from July the 11th of 1919. There was a giant skeleton 18 feet tall found in Austin, Texas. Yet again in Austin, in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna read the whole article, y'all, but y'all see it. Here's more. Here's more. Look how they had him buried. He had all this, these some kind of beads and jewels and stuff around.
He was a giant royal of his nation.
Yeah.
That's why he was wrapped
You
in,
could
in
tell,
shit.
right?
Yeah.
Yep. Had all this. Still look. You could look at this. Look at these. Look at these giants.
Yep. They still got them over in Tibetan.
Look at these. Look at all of these. Y'all see it? Y'all see them, right?
Those are the today Native Americans. Mixed with a little Hispanic. And a little sprinkle of some Cambodian and
You look creepy. Look how he holding his hand. Ooh. And then probably because he's standing next to him, that makes it weirder.
I don't need gloves.
Listen to this. I was at a conversation where there were some young Indians from Carlisle, the place where they know how to play football. One of them made a little speech. Here it is. An Indian says few words. It has been said the only good Indian is a dead Indian. I say so too. Let us kill the Indian and save the man. Let us kill the nigger and save the man. Let us kill the white trash and save the man. That includes y'all too. Let us kill the off-scourings of Europe and save the man. The Sushite came, and they will come a-running. If Christian American rises in her high destiny, in these shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. That's what they say. I was telling y'all the other day when somebody kept talking about one of these Lucy bones or some bone. I can't remember which one of the bones they were talking about, but I said, listen, this man did a fake mixing of the bones. This is him right here. Mr. Britton Gardner discovered something or whatever, and it was a hoax of the scientists. And they found that the British scientists branded the famous Mr. Piltdown man deliberately faked today and set off a controversy that may engage the scientific world for years to come. This is the fake skull. He put a orangutan skull with it to try to come up with that monkey theory. They fail, big fail. Big fail, big fail. This is NASA, a sign.
It's Satan both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Satan.
The shape of the earth. I don't know. Would they hide the shape of the earth? Maybe they would. Why? Would it be to hide the free freaking energy? Do you think so? Could it be to hide the creator? You think so? Could it be to hide spirituality? Could it be to hide more land? Like the Antarctica. I showed y'all those pictures of the Antarctica. I showed y'all the frozen giants in the stone. I showed y'all the freaking castles and shit over there that was frozen over, which meant at one time was no frozen ice over there. Damn, that's common sense. Okay, hide your spirituality, hide more land, hide more resources that they have over there as well. Hide scientific knowledge, hide what's in the Antarctica. That part, what I just said. Hide that you're at the center of the universe yourself. Okay, that's a whole nother story. There is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being, and that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the pole from the Little America. Check that out. The other side of the South Pole.
That's General Byrd right there.
General Admiral Byrd.
Yep, General Byrd.
And this is the map. This is what the real map looks like. This is us. And as we say, space. You know how they try to fool us, that lie of the Satan, NASA, Satan shit. All this stuff making you think something is out of the other space. That's something totally different. We are like moving. It's a circle, and we're like This is the space that they are invading. This is the space that they supposedly are going to. I ain't gonna read all that. That's just way too much.
Yeah, because when they go to space, they go to space, they fly horizontal. They fly horizontal, not vertical.
Just like this. Look, they go just like this, just like how this is going.
Horizontal, yup. Parallel and shit.
Just like that. It go like a little kind of curve with how the vertebrae go. It'd be like, dude, like a little curve. This is a beautiful pic, right? Y'all like that? I just threw it in there. But yeah, y'all see it. Look.
As above,
This is a
so below.
cue. This is what a normal cell should look like, right? In its formation. This is what it looks like when it's cube. You know, I be telling you about the cube being boxed in, the dehumanization, the transference of different things going on within you. Your cells boxing you up, keeping your ass in a freaking squared off. Just examples of that. 8 corners. Got the square. Taking your cells, boxing them off, making the shit not function right. It's like a ball, a bounce. Imagine trying to bounce a square basketball. If it's supposed to be circular, then it's turned into something that's square. That's definitely not going to work. That's including your body. This is always some type of ritual they use.
You try to bounce a flat basketball.
Be like boop, boop, boop.
Try to bounce a square. It's going to bounce right at you.
These freaks, these fucking weirdos. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. These weirdos, look at them. They're doing the ritual at the CERN place. This is the CERN. These are the rituals they be doing. Somebody caught them in the ritual. See? The Shiva. Look. Looking like some big doofies. All of them. Look at them. Just look crazy. Who knows what they talk about in planning? We know this is the CERN Corporation. We ain't got to get into too much of that. It says, in the 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon. Abaddon. But in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. Apollyon, Abaddon. In Greek, it's Apollyon. This is written in Revelations 9:1-11. It says Abaddon. In Greek is Apollyon. Apollo, Apollyon, Apollo. You're going to see this part one time. Make sure y'all get it. The bottomless pit. Abaddon, the fallen angel. Apollon. The energy, the spirit. The thing that they manipulate. They try to use in trying to overcome that powerful, like we was going over earlier with there's the subconscious and the conscious. They're trying to get to that state of the conscious because that conscious is so powerful, but we're much more stronger than that. CERN, European Organization for the Nuclear Research, for those that don't know, it's a large portion of CERN is located in the territory of St. Genus Pauli. In the Roman times, it was called Apolliacum. It was called Apolliacum. Apolliacum is where it was called, what is called Apollo, Apolliacum, which is going into the same thing. Abaddon, Apollyon, right? Apollyon, Apollo, CERN, and Apolliacum. The name Pauli comes from the Latin Apolliacum, which the Latin suffix iacum is denoting possession. Iacum. You hear that? Viacum. Y'all know what Viacum is, right? It's the music, the frequency. I told you guys how music hits your frequencies. It hits the portals in your melanin. It picks up that vibration because it has a voltage in it. And it also does things to your particular frequency. Check it out. Iacum is denoting possession. The town and the temple were dedicated to the Apollyon, the destroyer, is Shiva, Horus. Shiva is this picture. This is Shiva. Shiva.
And you know Shiva is really a man, or what they call it, hermaphrodite, or hermaphrodite.
All these same symbolisms. You see these type of things. This is all in the same symbolism. It's showing you. This is CERN. Here we go. This is the collider. This is the big collider. Mm-hmm.
Listen, they're turning it demonic. That's the will of David.
Exactly. the generic form of it, brother. The generic form of everything that is real, everything that is natural, they have to turn it and twist it, right?
Yep.
What's up, chat? Just checking in on y'all. What's up, Truth Master Drake? Thanks for popping through, bro. Tony Furlow. I don't remember if I seen you earlier, Epic. I've been chatting and running back and forth. We say the Talk about it. Yes, bro. You already know. Sister Soul gonna talk about it. Bring it all out. I don't give a dang. I don't care how out of order it is, whatever my mind thinking is saying. This was just a random. I said, you know what? I'm gonna pick a few picks from certain albums, and I went in a couple albums and I put some pictures with another album, and I said, I'm gonna just show y'all some random stuff. And all this stuff, you know, it all kind of, everything that I usually think in the general, whether it's all about or not, it's gonna all coincide or at least come to some type of sense, you know. So yeah,
See what they not.
Y'all see it, look
What
at
they
it.
not gonna tell you though is this.
Look at that 33.
Listen, what they not tell you though is how many people dying that work at CERN daily.
Yes. And at the where they had it before, they had it at a college. I can't remember where, somewhere here in the United States, they had that one in college, maybe in New Hampshire. Everybody at the school started having headaches and they were seeing weird spirits. They were what else was going on with them? A lot of them got sick. It was all kind of weird shit. They had to literally move it from the school. They had to get it up out of there. Just from the frequencies and the energies of this weird shit. It was bringing all kind of demonic entities and shit on the campground.
Well, take a shroom, you'll see the same ones.
And get that them portals in your mind open. You get that photic retinopathy, do enough sun gazing to open them eyes up and see that real life, and then you'll know what it is then. A top buffoon at the Large Hadron Collider, which is that CERN computer we're just looking at, says that the Titanic machinery may possibly create or discover previously unimagined scientific phenomenon, as they say, or unknown unknowns. For instance, an extra dimension. Out of this door may come something, or we might send something through it, says Sergio Bertolucci, who is the director for the research of scientific computing. Check this
Sergio Bertolucci.
The Vatican is preparing confirmation of alien life. What kind they talking about? They ain't talking about the real alien life because there wouldn't be no physical shit. We wouldn't be able to see no picture of it. Astronauts claiming that the Pope aliens exist and want to help humans. A space war is imminent. It's a space war, all right, but it's a real one, and they ain't seeing it right. But what you say, bro?
I said they said real alien life, like duh, it existed already. Like, what you mean real?
And this right here, this is in the back. This is at one of those where the Pope's meeting, have one of their what do you call it, auditoriums or whatever. I just zoomed in and did a screenshot of that. This is this thing that they got back behind it. It looks even creepier than this because there's more stuff all over. You can see it's like look like people. I don't know what the hell it is, but it looked real weird. And I'm like, what the hell is this? It just creeped me out, but I just wanted to show y'all that. This is a CERN. They had a celebration. This is their ritual, guys. I don't think you can find this video no more. Okay, you finna jump off, bro?
Yeah, I'm finna tap out. Yeah, I'm gonna get with you tomorrow before we go into that build too. Peace to the chat and the
all right, peace. Thanks for joining, bro. Yes, the Ezekiel will. Yes, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody else want to join me. Y'all know I've just been running my mouth, so I'll be looking for somebody to converse with me sometimes. My mouth gets dry. I can take a second, but either way, let's go. Spooky pseudo headache spirit. Yeah, it wasn't spooky, bro. It was real. It was happening. They literally had to move it because all a lot of the students were complaining, and they had to get rid of it. Yes. Let's look at it. Look at these nuts, the rituals they doing. Bro, I pray that you open your mind and know that this shit is serious, because this stuff do be happening. I don't know if you know about frequencies. I don't know if you know about energy. I don't know about if you are frequency and energy yourself, but I mean, like, if you're not, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, this is the ritual these nuts be doing. They serious about it. Whether you think it's real or not, they doing this shit. Whether you think it affect you or not, they doing it. These are different rituals that they be doing. And this is the CERN computer system. Alice detects the quark glucon plasma, which is in your blood. The plasma that's in your blood, your light energy, your cells, your frequency that they're connecting to. It's a magnetism, electromagnetism. You know, there's a force with a magnet, sir. Are you aware of real life? What are you talking about? Don't come in my chat with that stupid shit, because I'm not with it. It's a state of matter thought to have formed just after the Big Bang, and they're trying to recreate it by using plasma energy. You know, there are a lot of plasma banks around. Have you guys noticed? I know in your area you're seeing plasma banks. Donate your plasma. They don't just say blood, they want your plasma. Donate your plasma. They ain't even got time to say, oh, bring your blood. They just telling you exactly what they really want, the plasma. This is one of the largest experiments in the world, and it's devoted to research in the physics of matter. If you're not familiar with physics and matter, sir, do a little research on that. Maybe you need to get your study up. At an infinitely small scale, you're invited to tumble down the rabbit hole into the wonderland of Alice with CERN, mind manipulation, frequency. What are you talking about? During the long shutdown, the CERN's acceleration, the Alice experiment and the LHC, the Hadron Collider, is removed, and it's refurbishing or replacing the majority of its detectors. This was in March of 2019. They were using so much of the power, it drained and it uses so much power, the thing literally broke down on these dummies. Physicists warming up the collider accidentally create a rainbow universe. They created a rainbow universe in 2015, whether you know it or not, sir. Down the rabbit hole. This is the energy and the frequency that we are. This is how the earth is, the Midgard. This is the hell down here. This is the Nephilim area. This is all these different things that we travel through, because it's not so much a circle. There is it's like a tree. The whole entire universe is like a tree. This is the North Pole. I'm going to end it after the next couple of videos. I'm getting a little tired. We've been on here for quite a while. And the water rushes around and descends into the earth, just as if one were pouring it through the filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole. That is to say 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole, there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all of magnetic. The magnetic mountain. Down the rabbit hole we go. The priest said, who had received the astrolabe from the minaret in exchange for a testament, and the minaret himself, and heard that one can see all round it from the sea. That's how huge it is. And it is black and glistening. They're hiding it with the North Pole so we can't get over there to see it. And nothing grows thereon, for there is not so much as a handful of soil on it. That was the writing and words of the Minorite, who had since journeyed to and fro 5 miles from the King of England of business. They are to be found in in a book called The Inventio Fortune. This talk about the secret generation and the man. I don't even want to get into this. Let me go past this because it's too much. I'm actually done right now because it's too much. I'm tired, and I have been really going past. I had so many things set up. I don't went to 4 hours, guys. I am so drained right now because y'all know I don't do too many hours on here. I'll jump in and out, but yeah, I'm going to end it right here. We will definitely get back into some more information, guys. I appreciate you guys for coming through, for sure. Yes, brother, I appreciate it. I hope everything was bound for you guys. said for dope thing, you must have seen the platform. Oh my gosh, who said any? Why is somebody a dope thing? Because they mentioned something about mushrooms, bro. You're really crazy. I've never used them, but to each his own. I don't consider a person a dope team when they're responsible, they're handling business, they're intelligent, they're doing things with their life, they're working, they're managing their life. I don't see them smoked out, drugged out. So how can you even call somebody something that you're not aware of? That's like so rude. People are so judgmental. You hear one comment, you're going all over. You're welcome, brother. I appreciate you guys for coming through. Thank you so much for enjoying the information. I want you guys to enjoy it. I want you guys to open up the portals in your minds. I want you guys to think and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, sis. Definitely. Peace and blessings to y'all. Nothing but love and energy, you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. We will be going over the information, completing part 3 of Land and Law. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. Let me play something for you guys real quick. Just one moment. All right, and guys, if you are so kind in your heart and you're feeling in the giving mood, I don't ask for anything, but if you are feeling it, you definitely. My bad, guys. All right, guys, I'm out. Peace, blessings, and everything. I will see you guys tomorrow at 6 Central Standard Time. I'm out.